Good morning and a very warm welcome once again to the opening round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You join us here at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand for day 2 of 3 days of the opening round. Now yesterday we had all the practice sessions, practice 1 to 3 for all the classes down to the AP250s, and then for the rest was practice 1 and practice 2. It was a really telling session in the TVS. We saw Ramdan Rosli take first in the first practice session, followed by Hiroki Ono, the defending champion, in practice 2. In the Underbones, it was a real mix-up. Race X60 looks strong, but as always, Elephant HP969, their camp is looking strong once again. At AP250s, it's going to be an interesting mix. A huge grid, a lot of names who can fight at the top, and that's going to be an interesting one to watch. In the 600s, we've got a really full grid. The Thai riders looking good, but can the Idemitsu Honda boys take the challenge to the front? Yamahas are quite strong at the Chang International Circuit, so we'll see what happens there. And in the thousands, what a tale that was. The Honda Asia Dream Racing boys have all split up to different teams, but they're all looking strong. But at the top was an interesting one. Apiwat Wongtananon on his first time ever out on a BMW with a brand new team, mind you, teammate to Azan Shah, managed to finish the fastest of the day. So, what do we have today? It's qualifying and race 1. Coming right up, first will be qualifying 1 for the Underbones 150, followed by qualifying 2, and then will be the Super Bowl later on. And all the qualifying sessions for the rest of the categories will be happening throughout the morning, and later on in the afternoon will be race 1. And after race 1, which will be an absolute monster of a show, we have the pit walk in the evening. So if you're around Thailand, if you're around Buriram, come down to the Chang International Circuit and join us for a spectacular weekend of racing. For now, the riders are heading out on track. Let's catch the qualifying.
Let me add my good morning greetings from the vertiginously elevated, magnificently located commentary position here at Chang International Circuit. We are high above the highest seats in the grandstand and can see the whole of the circuit except for a little bit of turn 1. So as Daniel said, we had a day full of surprises. There was lots to get our heads around, lots of rider and team changes. New riders performing wonderfully well, and some of the more established stars perhaps not so much. And that was definitely the case in the Underbone 150. So we're off now. The bikes on screen, the Underbone 150s is for qualifying 1. So this is for the riders who were 13th or lower on combined times from the 2 practice sessions yesterday. And the fastest 2 from this session will go through to qualifying 2. So we just have 2 real helter-skelter, frantic 10-minute sessions for the Underbones. Lots at stake. And after qualifying 2, the top 10 will go through later in the morning to fight it out for the first 10 positions on the grid for this afternoon's race 1. So the rider on your screen there is Dawizi Ahmad Sahir, who looked to be really strong. He was at various times on the timing screens, he was near the top and running very confidently with some of the established stars. He didn't quite make the cut. His best time, Dawizi, his best time was 2 minutes and 3 seconds. The best time of the day was a 1:59.487. That was a big margin. That was 0.8 of a second margin for Husni Zainal Fauzi over everybody else. And unfortunate there, that number 17 in the mint green bike, that is Masato Fernando on the Kobe machine. Mechanical problems, exactly not what he wanted. And you can see Dawizi really pushing on there, the number 51. going past some slower bikes. Quite sure what that bike was looking for, perhaps a bit of clear track or a slipstream if he joins the group that just went past. But not waiting around is Dawizi, number 51, so credit to him. And he completes his first flying lap. That's a 2:06.347, so good start there for Dawizi. Looking at some of the other stars here, well, there's a big one. That's Mohammed Akil Aziz, the number 13 that went through just then. Real surprise to see him in qualifying 1, so you'd have to fancy him to come through as one of the top 2 to go through to the next session. And the number 24 there, Pirapong Lui Bimpeng, let me just check, yep, the sole Thai rider in this category. He's got a good record, although he didn't finish on the podium last year, and he is at a home circuit, so Pirapong and Team One for All are definitely due a podium. And there's the two Cardinals machines running together. In front is the senior rider in every sense, the magnificent Ahmad Fazrul Sham, and a new teammate for him this season, Shamil Amshar Effendi. Surprised to see both those Cardinals factory racing machines not going through yesterday, particularly Fazrul.
Yeah, Fazrul, the well-experienced rider. We're usually seeing him make his way into Q2 immediately, but this time around it's been a bit of a challenge. He had a bike issue as well. There's his previous teammate last season, Faris Putra, who's now racing in the 250s.
Yeah, there's 3 riders have completed flying laps now. We have less than 4 minutes remaining, but that's how it is in these very, very short sessions. Number 88 on your screen there, that's Mohamed Febriancia. The 178 is Kiki Suderman. 63, getting amongst it there is Amral Arif Musa. But it's Akil Aziz leading this pack on one more flying lap. So best time so far is with Nazrul Izzat, the 2023 champion. He put in a very decent time that would have put him straight through to qualifying 2. But he had a whole series of mechanical problems yesterday that kept him off the top half of the timing screens. So good to see him back on form. It's a 2:01.609 for Nazrul. That looks like a passport through to qualifying 2. Sato Fernando, who looked like he had problems earlier on, he slowed down and was tinkering with the handlebar, his left handlebar earlier on. He is second fastest with a 2:02.056.
Yeah, President Nazrul, of course, taking a note that his bike did not really work at all yesterday. In the second practice session, he sort of had it running, but you could see that there's still something not quite right with his bike. So it's good to see that they got the bike mended and that he's able to put in a decent time.
Well, now is when it matters, that's for sure. There goes Pirapong, the number 24. And the 80, that's the 88 bike, I think.
Safizi Supad coming through. Easy
So,
with the...
yeah, just going to talk about the Vosges there,
Yeah.
Daniel, yeah.
It's a difficult one. I mean, you did mention to me in the interview that they're still looking for a setup. They still need data, and they're just lacking a bit of top end. So this should be his first proper push lap. Coming across there, 2:08, and you can see the top speed is not that far off. It's 1:62. The top riders in this list currently are topping out around 174, 170, so about 10 kph down, but you feel that on an underbone.
Yeah, you sure do. But stepping back, it's fantastic to see after decades of Honda versus Yamaha. Now we have a Chinese manufacturer coming in. I think it's really exciting if they can, and I really hope they can get that package working and up with the established leaders.
Definitely, definitely. Now we got a good group here. This will be the final flying lap for these riders. Akiradze, he's in third right now. He needs a really strong lap. Its first sector wasn't too impressive. Like he's just behind Ade Barshad there and Fazal Sham. Omar Fabrian Shah behind him. Nazir Alizad behind him. But a lot of riders are going fast in this lap. Ade Barshad's on a really, really good lap. He's on the fastest first sector. Another really fast sector for Amar Fazal Sham. So Akiradze, he might miss out of qualifying too, but again in Underbones, as long as you get a good race, it should be fine. You get the slipstream, but it is a confidence boost if you manage to make it to Super Pole.
Yeah, I think that's Nazrul on the back of that group. I think he knows he's got a good time. He's not trying too much.
Yeah, Nazrul's teammate Ade Barshad had another decent second sector, so Ade Barshad might just make the cut. For now, Masato Fernando holding on to second.
Kiki Suderman coming through a little bit stronger than we saw him yesterday. Yeah, as you'd expect. Fazal Sham pushing and pushing. There goes Akiradze, the number 13. And let's see how this shakes out.
Amar Fazal Sham just nearly made it. Ade made a good lap, but just not enough. And Akid improved, but again, so he didn't improve on that lap. He just couldn't make a good lap on this one.
Yeah, that was a really good one for Nazrul. He made it count. He's through to qualifying 2, and so is Masato Fernando on the Kobisek Yamaha Racing Yamaha. So pleased for him. He had an up and down season. There goes the number 87, 2023 champion. And it's good to see that he's overcome his problems. Oh, well, there you are. There's Masato Fernando coming back. So he did have a problem, but somehow he managed to record a really good time, a 2:02.056. Okay.
So he'll be happy when he sees that back in pit lane, but...
Well, hopefully, yeah, they've only got a quick turnaround before the next session. They've got 10 minutes to fix that thing. So there you are. 2023 champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahadin, 2:01.609. Really good lap from him after a difficult day yesterday. Masato Fernando, we saw being trundled back to pit lane on the Kobisek Yamaha, second fastest, 2:02.056. Just missing out, Ahmed Fazal Sham for Cardinals Factory. Ade Barshad for Uma Racing was fifth. Akiradze missing out, so he'll have to start from the second half of the grid. WC for Extremo Yuzi Asia team, 6th, 7th Kiki Suderman Manarung, and 8th Amaral Arif Musa for Maestro NWNSCK Honda Racing team. Further down the order in P9 was Pirapong Lu Bumpeng for Team One for All. AJ Sobretoro did a 2:04.2 to finish 10th. 11th Mohamed Febriancia for One for All. Shamil Amshar Effendi for Cardinals was down in 12th. 13th and 14th were the Vosges machines of Tengu Amaral Hafaruddin and Afizi Supat. Hope to see those guys climbing up the order later. So we're going to take a very quick break and we'll be back at 8:20 local time in 6 or 7 minutes from now with... Before that, let's take a quick look at that session, and in particular let's look out for what happened to Masato Fernando, who had a breakdown and a quick lap in just that 10-minute session. That was the rider, the number 51 Dawisi, who got down to work very quickly. The two Cardinals machines running together early on. Later, Fazal Sham, the number 11, would break away. Shamil Amshar ended up finishing down the order. And the 27 machine of Ardib Ashad featured all the way through, didn't quite make the cut. And lurking throughout the session was number 13 in the middle of the picture there of Akid Aziz. And we really thought he'd come through, knowing his quality and the quality of the team. But that was not to be either. And we still can't see what happened to Masato Fernando, but he would come through in second. And there was the welcome sight of Nazrul Izzat coming back to the top. We'll be seeing him alongside Fernando in 5 minutes or so from now in qualifying 2 for Underbone 150s. We're at Chang International Circuit for round 1, day 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit, and the stakes are getting higher as we move into qualifying 2 for the Underbone 150 class. We just saw qualifying 1 complete with Masato Fernando coming through, and Nazarul Izzat, the 2023 champion, who had his struggles yesterday and had to make his way to Q2 from Q1. Well, there's a rider to talk about on the screen there. Charles Chazras on the number 61. Went well all day yesterday. On combined times he was 8th, so qualified comfortably for Q2. Daniel, you know Chazras well. What do you think of his progress as a regular rider in this series now?
I think it's about time. I mean, he deserves this this full season. Every time he's shown up as a wild card, he's been impressive. Even in the national championships, he's been more and more impressive every time that we see him. He's matured really, really well. And I think it's about time he deserves this recognition. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. He goes well around big tracks. So the Asia road racing calendar is all full of proper big international circuits. He should go well this season.
Yeah, for me, he's a really exciting talent. And he just one of those riders that brings something. You know something's going to happen when Chazras is on track. And so there he is. That wasn't a bad shout out for him, was it?
Yeah, it's a nice moment. Here's Chazras. He is on his own, however, on this lap, so that's interesting. I would have thought that he would try to find a group, but perhaps just trying to find his own pace and then slowly find the chasing pack.
Yeah, because qualifying won't be done when we get to the end of this session, because the fastest 10 will go through to the Superpole shootout to determine the top 10 places on the grid. So maybe that's a little bit of a dry run. No, he hasn't got that long for a dry run in the 10-minute session. But this does beg the question, where is everybody else? I don't hear a whole lot of noise.
Yeah, they're all spread out. It's not really one large group that we're seeing. But I think give it another lap and we'll see them start to form up together. For now, just looking at the back part of the circuit at around turn 8, 9, 10. Riders are coming through and they're slowly bunching up together as we watch Chazras complete his first flying lap. Around turns 4, 5, 6 goes Chazras.
I assume that these riders coming through to the final turn now will be preparing to launch themselves on a hot lap, because there's only 6.5 minutes remaining in this session now.
It's like Chazras. He'll be the first to complete a flying lap. Top speed down the speed traps was 164, so that's a bit down. Of course, with slipstream, that will go up to about 170. Chazras now into the last turn. So there's a large group in front of him. Well, not really large, about 6 riders. Just about a corner and a straight away from him. Across the line goes Chazras, 202.4. That's actually not too bad.
Yeah.
For a solo lap.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
This is the group in front of him. So they're all going to slow down and bunch up. So I think Chazras will manage to catch this group in front of him.
It's one of the Racetech 60 machines. Bright yellow. Can we call it yellow?
Looks like a fluorescent yellow, greenish.
High-vis.
High-vis
yellow.
Yeah. The high-vis jacket, we'll call it.
High-vis is great from the commentary box. So once again, they did high-vis green last year. Now they're doing high-vis yellow. Brilliant.
Here we have a look at John, Emerson, and Guito. One of the regular Filipino riders that we have in this championship.
Yeah, quick rider. Doesn't always turn it into results, although we have seen him on the top step of the podium on one occasion, I think.
Yeah, I think that was in Zhuhai.
I think it was in Sugo. But you have a younger memory than me, Daniel.
Yeah, but yeah, John, it's just a matter of making it consistent results. We've always seen the speed in him.
Yeah, and another one of the great characters in this field, actually, as a personality. He's great fun. Absolutely loves what he does. I think he can't, one of these people that carries this aura of, I can't believe my luck, I actually get paid to do this. There he goes. Let's see what John Emerson and Gito.
Just looking around that John goes 205. Shazras is going much faster in sector 1, so despite the lack of slipstream, Shazras is going better and better. For now, we have a bunch of riders just cruising. Aditya leading the pack there.
Yeah, very familiar number, but new colours for Aditya Fauzi.
Yeah, Nazraliza was just looking behind and asking them, what are you doing?
Yeah, and there is the great Wayu Aji Trilaksana. High-vis yellow bike, pinky red helmet, number 60. And yeah, with 3.5 minutes remaining, let's just go for a coffee by the side of the track.
Yeah, a bit of sightseeing around the Chang International Circuit. Yeah, this is really not what we want to see. We thought the days of waiting about it were over, but even Shazras is joining the pack now.
Yeah, Fahmi Bassam also at number 222, 2024 champion. 202, Dimas Julie.
You could see where Shazras is looking. He was just staring at Fahmi Bassam while checking his gear shifter. And there's Nazraliza as well, wondering what's going on. But come on, boys. It's just over 2.5 minutes left. Yeah,
and we actually don't have 10 times recorded yet, 10 flying laps recorded. We've only got 3, and one of those is a 240. It's Nazrul showing his balancing skills.
Yeah, Shazras has forgotten about it. He's just gone straight on. I think that's a wise move by the rookie, well, technically rookie in this class since it's wildcard.
Yeah.
So happy to see Shazras just carrying on. He's not waiting around anymore. And all this waiting about just to not gain any slipstream from anyone, it's just a waste of time in the end.
Yeah, no, a lot of these riders coming across the line now won't get another flight. They'll get this flying lap, they won't get another one.
Oh, Fahmi Bassam nearly losing it then. That's the risk. If you leave it to just one lap where you have to push 110%, if you make an error, that's completely gone. Shazras is right at the back of this pack, so Shazras is going to get a really good run, I think.
Yeah, he's done it right. He got a really good time riding on his own.
Oh, monster of a first sector. That's more than that's a second and a half faster than Wayaji nearly. Really good first sector from Shazras. So he's got 2 groups that he can benefit slipstream from. This is going to be really good.
And strategically brilliant. Bank a good time on your own and then get on the back of a group.
Highest top speed as well for Shazras there. So the rookie in this class looking to take himself to the top step for qualifying 2.
Just saw the 222 champion, Fahmi Bassam. He's just going to get 2 flying laps, one more after this one. As Fahmi faring around the track.
Oh, another really good sector from Shadow Shazras. Nazariza just set a purple sector, and then out of nowhere, Shazras sets an even faster one.
Aditya Fauzi on the back of Fahmi Bassam now. There are 2 riders very much to watch out for.
In this mix as well. There's Shazras is forming up at the back of this group. So Shazras is going to get slipstream right behind Nazraliza and Dimas.
This has been a pretty good lap from Fahmi. I think he'll put himself in a safe place now in terms of qualifying.
Oh, Shazras.
Oh, yeah.
Shazras
2 minutes.
Nearly a sub 2-minute time. What a lap that was from Shazras. And what a way to introduce yourself to the Underbone 150 field.
Yeah.
These riders are still going on. I'm almost certain they took the checker flag.
Yeah, I think most of those riders in that group that Fahmi was at the front of wouldn't have made it for another flying lap. But I think Fahmi's on for another one.
Yeah, we've got all the riders pretty much reporting to race control.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Hardly surprising.
Also, I just got confirmation that all of them did make it just in time before the checkered flag. So one final run. Shazras's 2 minutes, .141 might be at threat, but for now, no one else is challenging through Sector 1, Sector 2. That could all change up.
Yeah, going well at front of that group. This group is Dimas, number 202, now riding for Race Tech 60. I do remember 2 years ago he actually put himself on pole position. Owen Sanjaya, number 198, getting out of shape there.
Dimas Juli's lap time got cancelled for exceeding track limits there.
Right, so that was his second lap. So yeah, that 2 minute lap, that will have gone. He's at the front of this group and he's got the hammer down. He's got Owen Sanjaya all over him. And Aditya Fauzi goes to the front of this group as they come through turn 12. For the last time, Dimas Juli tucks in behind him. So let's see if Dimas Juli got that one back. Wasn't quite as quick, but it was good enough. And Nazrul Izzat jumps up to P2. Let's see, anybody else going to get into the top 10 who's out on track at the moment? I don't think so.
Yeah, they've all completed their session. Shazras, he maintains at the top with a second of a gap to Nazrul Izzat.
Absolutely brilliant session by him. Did everything right, as we said. Fantastic.
And he never got in the mix with the riders in front. He just utilized the slipstream well and didn't get busy with any battles. Just focused on his own lap. That was really smart.
Yeah, and now we know he's capable of a really good Super Bowl lap, right?
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
So he's had his Super Bowl practice before he joined that group in front of him. And now we've seen what he can do when he's with the group.
Yeah, brilliant. He really couldn't have done that better. Owen Sanjaya, he came through well in the end with a 202. But they really were eclipsed by that 2 minute .141 lap by Shaul Shazras. Hafiz Farrell was the 10th quickest. As we look at the lushness of the scenery here in Buriram, 2 minutes .141 for Estremo Yuzi's Shaul Shazras. Second, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin for Uma Racing Yamaha. And Dimas Juli at Moco this season riding for Race Tech 60 and doing a magnificent job. Third. Fourth, Owen Sanjaya. Fifth, Aditya Fauzi, the brilliant Aditya Fauzi now on board for JPNW SND Factory. Guvida Krishna, the evergreen Guvida Krishna for Zia LFN HP969. New team for him this season. April King Moscado for Uma Racing Philippines. Fahmi Bassam was 8th quickest. Husni Zainal Fauzi, quickest yesterday, was 9th fastest. That's good enough to put him through to Super Pole. And the last qualifier for Super Pole is Hafiz Farrell Rashidin for 4S1M Evo Yamaha. Just missing out, Ahmed Afif Amran for Pitspike Superfast. Wayuaji Trilaksana for Race Tech 60 was 12th quickest. John Emerson in Gito was 13th. His best time was 2:05. And unfortunately for Masato Fernando, he didn't make it out after doing all that in qualifying 1. So we hope he'll come through well this afternoon. So we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to run a similar format for TVS Asia One-Make Championship. But before we do that, let's look once again. This is the best qualifying performance I've seen in Underbones using this format. Out on his own from the very beginning was Shaul Shazras, and he did a really good time. He did a good 2:02 on his own before tacking onto the back of a group that gave him a tow. There's number 25, John Emerson in Gito. Got amongst it, didn't quite put the lap time together he needed. But Filipino rider will be there and in the fight to this afternoon for race 1, without a doubt. And this is where we saw things really liven up. You can see the 222 there in the mix, just ahead of them, Guvita Krishna, who also had a good session. And as they came across the line, Cheryl Shazras, who was on the back of that group, actually in the middle of this group now, and it was on this lap that he managed to pull through and get that really good time. But all the stars are in that mix. Aditya Fauzi, the 2 Race Tech 60 bikes with Dimas Julie and Wayueji Trilaksana, Gavita. And just lurking there on the left side, moving to the right and taking a nice clean line on his own without getting tangled up with anybody, was Cheryl Shazras, and he shot across the line.
I was going to add one more thing, it's also a top Honda for Shazras, so...
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely brilliant. So, we will see them again a little later this morning for the Super Pole shootout. So, next up, we're going to take a break, and in 10 minutes or so, we'll be back with the TVS Asia One-Make Championship, who will be having a split qualifying session. The slowest 8 from yesterday will be in qualifying 1B, and then the fastest 2 from that session will go through to qualifying 1B. So stay with us at Chang International Circuit for qualifying morning for round 1 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are back and rolling at Chang International Circuit with qualifying 1A for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. So these are the riders who, on combined times, were 9th down to 16th yesterday. And as we saw for the Underbones just a few minutes ago, the fastest 2 riders from this session will go through to qualifying 1B to determine the top 10 starting positions for race 1 this afternoon, and indeed race 2 tomorrow. So we've got 1 or 2 new riders here. Riders worth talking about, I think. We need to see what Leandro Paredes, the Filipino rider, is made of. Rendy, we're not sure about. The other riders we know, Kanatat Jamin is a debutant in this series, but a very experienced Thai rider who goes really well on 400s these days in the national races here in Thailand. And we saw him a few years ago riding as a wild card in AP250s and managing to finish on the podium. So lots of quality in Kanatat. So really good rider and a really interesting guy actually. So let's hope that we see him moving up the order and getting himself into qualifying too. Kanatat is running the number 11. On your screen now is the number 14 of Arshad Rushdi, the Singaporean rider, making a return after missing out on this series in 2024. And he's alongside Senthil Kumar, the number 15. Senthil Kumar we've seen here before. He's got the Indonesian rider Rendy just behind him on the number 10 machine.
Just a bit of background on Leandro Paredes. He's a 19-year-old Filipino. It's his first time in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Started pocket bikes in the Philippines and was a rising star, so we can expect big things from Leandro as he gets used to the TVS Asia One-Make Championship.
Yeah, it is going to take a little bit of getting used to, and okay, well, not quite getting used to his machine there because that's his second crash of the weekend. Here's my friend Kanatat, the number 11, so unfortunate for him. Going into the kitty litter early in this short 10-minute session, just 6.5 minutes remaining. So Kanatat not going to feature in qualifying 1B, unfortunately. So at the front of this group, that is Senthil Kumar. One of 3 Indian riders in this series. Of course, TVS Asia, a massive motorcycle manufacturer from India. And these machines have been getting better and better. This is the beginning of their 4th season as a support series in the Asia Road Racing Championship. And to be fair, they provided really close racing right from the off. But they've gotten faster and faster. That is just going to the top there. Was Chirant Vishwanath, who we have seen really good flashes from over the last 2 or 3 seasons. I think Chirant's been in, this could be his 3rd season.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd time we've seen him in this championship. That's right, 3rd season. Lap time cancelled for Senthil Kumar, so the race officials and stewards very, very sharp-eyed about the track limits here.
Yeah, cameras everywhere. The race control here at Chang International Circuit is like a NASA control center.
I'm looking to see Haziq though. Haziq has not shown much this qualifying session so far.
Yeah, I'm looking out for him too because I was a big fan of his when he was racing Underbones. Really like to see him going well on one of these tanked machines.
He's found some form. We saw it in practice 1, but in practice 2 he just started to struggle a bit. So I'm not sure what's really happened. Maybe everyone just made that step forward and he's just a bit stuck. But for now, he is in the group.
Yeah, for now, Chirant and Ati Kanger are clear in the top 2 positions. Second clear of the rest. Rendi is the next best. And Ati Kanger, 152.529.
That's a good showing from KY Ahmed. He's up into third. Leandro Paredes just needs a few tenths, and he should find his way to the top 3. Haziq goes third. Chirant improves further. 151.7 for Chirant. The only rider in the 151s. Haziq managed a 152.7, so he should get about 2 laps at least.
Yeah, Chirant looking really good, and on past form you'd favour Ati Kanger to keep the pressure on there. But as you were saying, Daniel, as we were saying, Haziq Farouz is a magnificent rider.
Ati just set a really fast first sector. Another rider I'm hoping to see more of this season is Arshad Rushdi. We've seen the Singaporean for a number of seasons now, and I think this has to be... Oh, someone's got a problem with the engine. That's number 12. That is Haziq Farouz.
Yeah.
Smoke coming out of his engine there.
He doesn't know, does he? Oh, now he does. And he's gone straight off.
Has he realised that? Is he going to join back on track?
No, I thought that slip might have given it away, but we've got a packed morning here. I hope that there's no oil being dumped on the track there, but he needs to get out of the way. The marshals need to get to him.
Yeah,
there
he's seen it now.
Now he knows. He went through a fair few turns there.
Really hoping there's no oil in the track after.
Ooh. That's cooked.
There's a TVS bike gone there.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Malaysian. So there's 2 really good riders out of this short session. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Senthil Kumar goes across the line again. Doesn't improve. Rendi seems to be the best of the rest after Chirant and Ati. That was number 5, Ati Kanger. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. There won't be any oil on the track, otherwise we'd know about it by now.
Yeah, we'll see when they come across turn 4, 5, and 6 whether it's a bit problematic or not. Now it's business as usual.
Yeah, it was just before turn 4 when that started smoking, but there are no oil flags out, so.
Oh yeah, there's an oil flag out at turn 5 there.
Yeah, so
a rider has gone through the cleanie, so I think it's just a precaution for now because they haven't been able to check. So I'm sure the marshals are going to have a look once the session is done.
But what that will mean is that nobody's going to go quicker.
It still looks like they're pushing all right. No one's really slowing down too much. Again, for now, it didn't seem visibly like there was any oil coming through the belly pan there, so the marshals have a look after the session. Yeah. As it stands, the only one improving, there's no one improving on this lap. Everyone was a bit coasting all through turn 3, so I think that's qualifying 1 pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, checkered flag comes out now. Ati Kanger comes through into pit lane. Good job from the young Thai rider. Looks like he's booked his passage through to qualifying 1B. See the high and low level checkered flags being waved, and that's because the finish line is so close to the final turn that a lot of riders have still got their heads down at this point.
Yeah, we've had a legend do a double checkered flag before here.
Yeah, I think it was that was a learned thing that we've got there. So there we go. From India, Chiran Vishwanath is through to qualifying 1B after recording a 151.755. Ati Kanger, the Thai rider, second. And just missing out was Rendi, who seems to be getting better and better as the weekend goes on. Kowe Ahmed, another Indian rider, was fourth quickest. Haziq Farouz, whose engine unfortunately blew, as we saw, was fifth quickest. Senthil Kumar sixth. Arshad Rishdi, the Singaporean, was seventh, and eighth, the Filipino Leandro Paredes. And rider that crashed, unfortunately, Kanatak Jaiman. Hopefully we'll see him fighting his way through the field later this afternoon. Let's just take another look at that action in just a moment. There it is, TVS, a major partner here for the Asia Road Racing Championship. And scampering away at the front, he made a really game start, was number 14, Arshad Rushdi, the Singaporean. And very early on, Kanatat didn't record a time. He went straight into the gravel, so his session was done. I put a bit of a commentator's curse on him, unfortunately. But that was Chiran, the number 4, scampering away early on. We had Senthil Kumar, who was also pretty strong and threatening in this session. He was after him in the earlier stages, but it really was in the last 3 or 4 minutes that everybody got down to it. That is, unfortunately, that is Haziq Farouz, who initially wasn't sure whether he had a problem. But as you said, Daniel, there was no visible oil coming out there, so hopefully we're good to go. And the oil flags were just a precaution. But this was a really good session from the Indonesian Rendi. Right at the end there, Ati Kanger, who was second quickest, came into the pits. So, going through to qualifying 1B is Chiran Vishwanath from India and Ati Kanger, the Thai rider. So, very short break for us now. We'll be back at 9 AM local time. That's in 7 minutes from now for qualifying 1B for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit for round 1. This is qualifying morning for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Well, welcome back to Chang International Circuit, and right at the beginning of this session, looks like there's been a big off for the number 8 TVS machine of Luis Miguel, but happily there is the rider, looking a bit puffed up from the airbag, but otherwise okay. So that's the best news, but that's his qualifying session done. Down and out very early.
Yeah, I was really excited to see Luis Miguel out in this session, but he looks unhappy with something. I think it must have been a clash with someone, because I don't think you'd be that... You wouldn't be that...
Yeah, he's Spanish though.
Yeah.
But yeah, very unfortunate for Luis Miguel.
Not the start he wants to his campaign, but nevertheless we have seen him go around well, top 5 in practice 2.
So we didn't get around quite to introducing this session, but it is qualifying 1B. So this will determine the first 8 grid positions for the start of race 1 this afternoon, and indeed race 2 tomorrow. And at the front of that group is the number 9, really exciting young rider that's come in from Australia, Hunter Corney, on combined times yesterday, having never ridden one of these bikes before. He was 4th quickest with a 151.114. That compared to the fastest time set by Ramdan Rosley, who does know his way around here and has been riding these bikes for Daniel, is this his 3rd season, Ramdan?
I do think it is his 3rd season. I think he came in the same time as Muzakir.
Yeah, I just had a bit of brain fade then, but yeah, Ramdan Rosley, suffice to say, does know his way around here really well. His best time was the best time yesterday, 150.706, and Hunter Corney was a 151.114. So really good start for the young Australian.
Another one at a great start was Kim Min-jae. He's been training really hard last season, racing multiple championships, training with the UZ camp in Malaysia, and he managed 6th fastest in practice 2. He was struggling at the last few positions last season, and now he's come back with a proper fighting spirit, and this is the best I've seen from the South Korean. It's great to see him here.
Yeah, it certainly is, because it looked as though he was really struggling to find his pace last season. Now he's definitely got it. Look, he's running behind Sartak Chavan. We know how quick Sartak is. Hunter Corney's doing a smart thing by following him. And Kim Min-jae doesn't look overwhelmed at all in that company.
No, he looks comfortable at this pace, and that's really, really good to see. South Korean in the Asia Road Racing Championship is very much welcome, and Kim Min-jae could be the right representative for the sport in that country.
Yeah, so we've got Sartak from India, Hunter Corney from Australia, and Kim Min-jae from South Korea.
Yes, got lap time from all of them. Hunter Corney just at the fastest first sector. Kim Min-jae just very, very close to his time. Sartak still leading the trio there. Hunter Corney in the middle of it. Through goes Hunter Corney on Sartak Chavan.
Sartak out of this particular lap, runs off onto the green. He's going to let these 2 guys go.
Kim Min-jae's just going to get a really good lap out of this. Look at that second sector again, a quick one for Kim Min-jae. He's not getting into any battle. He's just trying to stick behind Hunter Corney and get the advantage. And really, really well played by Kim Min-jae.
Yeah, he's been coached well. Let's give a little bit of credit to the TVS coach, Borapong.
Kim Min-jae's been training with Shazraz and his dad. Let's see what he does as he comes across the line for the first qualifying this season. And just in the last sector, he's missed out quite a bit, but sector 1 and sector 2 looked decent. It's a good start for Kim Min-jae.
Yeah, and having aborted that lap, Sartak Chavan is going to be on a flyer this time. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining in this 10-minute session. So keep an eye on his sector times. Sartak, that was a good sector 1 from Sartak. And there it was your fastest rider from yesterday and second in the championship last year from the crushingly dominant Hiroki Ono, but that is Ramdan Rosley, a rider we found out last season of immense character. He never gave up the chase of Hiroki Ono. He kept him honest right the way through to the end. And he was quickest yesterday. Hiroki Ono was second. So what can he do today? What can Hiroki Ono do today? No time recorded for him yet, but he always does come late. And this is very late in this session because there's only 2.5 minutes remaining. Sartak on a good lap. He's through sector 2 with the best time so far. Let's see how he comes through the final sector. There he is, number 3. He's going to get a clean line through turn 12. Now he pins it. And yeah, that's a good lap. He goes to the top, a 150.39. The fastest time yesterday was 150.7. That was his fastest time. So really good in this very short session. Kim Min-jae, the South Korean, currently second, although a second behind Sartak. And we can expect a late showing from Hiroki Ono because that's what he always does. Comes through late to break the hearts and spirits of his competitors. So they're coming through is Hunter Corney. Hunter Corney's got Kim Min-jae right behind him. This is definitely a brand new Kim Min-jae we're seeing after last season. Hunter Corney, a real rising star, still just 14 years old. Pride of Australia here in the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. Really looking forward to seeing how he progresses during this season. Another rider who should be able to take the fight to the veteran Hiroki Ono. Let's not curse it too early though, hey? So at the moment we've got Sartak sitting at the top, 150.39. And then Rosley 151.059. So Sartak's time is the quickest we've seen so far. Hunter Corney through to complete another lap. Best time was a 151.4. So he's improved, gone up to second, and within half a second of Sartak's best time. Sartak knows the bike very well, he knows the circuit very well. So that again is the measure of what Hunter Corney is capable of. Ramdan in third, so provisional front row. Checkered flag is out now, so this is the last flyer. That's Hiroki Ono, he's leaving it late. He left it a little too late yesterday, or didn't quite have what he needed to get the times that he wanted, because he didn't top either of the sessions in practice yesterday. Hiroki Ono did a decent sector 1, a good sector 1. Being tracked there by Sartak, which could, something we could or very likely will see later today in race 1. Number 3 tracks number 1. Number 6, a resurgent Kim Min-jae, tracking the brilliant Hunter Corney, the number 9. Hiroki Ono has done the fastest sector 2. He seemed to struggle a little bit yesterday in sector 3, so let's see how he does at the end. But there he is, the number 1 with the red helmet this season. And he's got Sartak all over the back of him. This is a nice clean line through turn 12. And Sartak holds on to that number 1 spot. Hiroki Ono comes through to second. So it looks as though nobody else is going to threaten those positions. So the front row is going to be Sartak Shivan, Hiroki Ono and Hunter Corney for race 1. India, Japan and Australia represented on row 1. So it was a 150.39 that took Sartak to pole position for this afternoon. Brilliant work from the Indian rider. Hiroki Ono came late, but not quite fast enough. 150.5 for him. And joining Sartak and Hiroki Ono on the front row will be Hunter Corney from Australia. Leading the second row, Ramdan Rosley, Kim Min Jae next to him. Absolutely brilliant again in this session. Kim Min Jae, Chirag Vishwanath from India. Outside of the second row, Ati Kanger, Thai rider, will start from the third row together with Luis Miguel. And the rest of the riders, I can't remember who was third quickest in the qualifying 1B, but those are your fastest 8. So that was a really good session. We always hold our bated breath, waiting for Hiroki Ono to come through late, as we just take a nice soft focus view of Indian Oil, in partnership with Indian Oil as our sole fuel supplier for the next 3 years. So, recap of that. So right from the start, Sartak Shivan got off to a quick start, and Hunter Corney, the young Australian, got right behind him, and so did Kim Min Jae. We saw the measure of his improvement once again, as he looked very comfortable running with these two known fast riders. There they are, going down from turn 3 to turn 4. Turn 4, a really challenging turn at Chang International Circuit. Looks simple from the air, but you approach it over a blind summit. It does take some bravery. Hunter Corney just going to the front of that group. And at this point, Sartak had got himself at the top. He then improved his time to 150.39. That would be the best in the end, but we always knew, as we heard in the back of our minds, the Jaws theme playing, that Hiroki Ono had a plan to come and spoil the party on the front row, and there he was, being tracked there by Sartak as he did his final lunge for pole position. Sartak staying right behind him, so probably had a good idea of the pace of Hiroki Ono, and as they came through together, nice and clean through turn 12, it was Hiroki Ono didn't quite make it, so Sartak Shivan will start from pole position. Next to him, Hiroki Ono, and outside of him, Hunter Corney. So that's the 2 split qualifying sessions for Underbones and TVS Asia 1 make done. Next up will be a straight 30-minute shootout for qualifying glory for the AP250s. They'll be coming up at 9:20, so that's in 5 minutes from now. We're at Chang International Circuit. This is qualifying on Saturday, and Daniel is down with one of the leaders.
All right, Sartak, first of all, big congratulations to you, a fantastic pole position, and what a way to start the 2025 campaign. Tell us about that session.
Yes, a great session. I could do a good lap time on my 4th lap. Yes, the bike is working well, but I need to focus more on the rear suspension because I'm losing grip on some of the corners. But indeed, a great session, good lap time, and first time starting on pole. So very happy, and for this race, I want to turn it from pole to win. I hope for the best, and I'm going to push hard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sartak. Big congratulations and good luck.
It's a beautiful morning here at Chang International Circuit, and this is qualifying for all classes this morning for round 1 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're just looking at the almost veteran, I guess you could call him these days, Galang Hendra Pratama, waiting to leave the pits. This is a 30-minute shootout for grid positions. No split qualifying for this class, nor indeed for the 600s and 1000s, which we'll be seeing following this. So lots to go. It's a really magnificent morning here. It's a little cooler than it was yesterday, although not by any stretch of the imagination cool, but it's only around 30 degrees currently at 9:20 local time. And the good weather should persist until there's a little bit of risk of thunderstorms coming through late in the afternoon, which could potentially affect the Superbike race 1. But let's not worry about that now. Let's see what's going on here in the 250s, because this is a much changed field from 2024. The top 2 in the championship from last year, Herjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda and Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, have gone up into 600s, and so we've treated to some new riders. And that includes from the Thai stable as well, from Yamaha Thailand, because Kritapat Kankum, completely new to the Asia Road Racing Championship, topped all 3 sessions yesterday and did a best time of 151.495. So a real discovery there in the Thai racing scene. And for Astra Honda, a change of tactics for them as well. They normally run one experienced rider in this class and another 1 or 2 rookies, but this season they're going completely rookie, but doing it very well with Avi Aditama and Davina Bhutani. Avi was 2nd quickest on combined times yesterday, and Davina was 3rd quickest. So we're used to seeing Astra Honda at the top. So there's the number 24, that is Davina Bhutani. Number 65 running with him is Cao Vietnam, a Vietnamese rider who's really put the sport on the map in his home country. Won 2 races last season, including the very last time out. He was off the pace yesterday, so hopefully he'll find whatever he was missing in this session. We've got some brilliant Indonesian riders, as always, in the Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Yamaha Racing Indonesia and Astra Honda both have this incredible conveyor belt of talented riders coming through. One of them, as most of you watching will be aware, Aldi Satya Mahendra, has already won a world championship. Ooh, so Kandra gets all out of shape, and he continues to get out of shape as he's correcting it. So he needs to count to 10, take a few deep breaths on this long straight, this long run down. Let's take another look at that. I think he's trying to avoid running into the number 93 in front of him. Does well to hold it up as they get around turn 3. Anyway, all is good for Kandra. He won't be too worried about that by the time he gets down to turn 4. So lots of new riders to pick out. There is Kandra, just sensibly taking a little bit of a breather, dropping back to the back of that group. This is a 30-minute session. There's 25 minutes remaining, so nothing to sweat about there. At the front of that group is Cao Vietnam, as I said, winner last time out, and a rider that has pulled a lot more Vietnamese competitors into this series, which is a great thing to see. There are 3 Vietnamese riders in this category now, so running together there and just moving to the front of that group. He was off the pace yesterday, but it's the number 37, Aiki Iyoshi, on the screamer. I was listening out for it as it went past our commentary position, but I couldn't make it out that time. The 4-cylinder 250cc Kawasaki, the Motor Sniper Kawasaki manual tech bike. And joining him this season, a very, very warm welcome back to 2 times 250 champion Andy Mohammed Fadli, who struggled a little bit yesterday on his return, but is still expected to pick up. The Kawasaki's yesterday were off the pace of the Yamahas and Hondas, which was something that was not true last year. They seem to be very much on the pace. And one of the things about this AP250 that makes it such a fantastic racing spectacle is the way that the rules are managed to make sure that really these are homologated race machines. The CBR 250 RR really is a trick bike. So is the Yamaha R3 as run in this series. And that Kawasaki is something special, but it didn't seem to be quite level pegging with the other 2 manufacturers yesterday.
Yeah, I had to talk with Ike as well. He said their main struggle comes after turn 5. And we can see visibly, we're watching them in practice, and you can see that just at turn 5 all the way until turn 8, they just lost so much on the exits of the turns. And for Andy as well, he had a chat with me and he said that this bike is just so much heavier than his previous bike that he's ridden. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Andy, of course, still trying to regain strength from his arm injury.
Yeah, and these two, the sector 2, well, really from turn 5 through to turn 10, a lot more input required. And here's a bike worth mentioning, number 44. It's a number that became famous in the hands of Mutlada Serapech in this class. Now it's in the hands of the young Japanese rider Rish Takahira, riding for the Chinese TY Antares team. And my goodness, he really put a marker down yesterday on combined times. He was 4th fastest, so a fantastic start for him. And TY Antares expanding from 1 rider, team owner Chen Chunjiang has opened up and brought in another rider, a really good young talented rider in the shape of Rish Takahira, who we did see in the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. We saw him on the podium as Kandra Hermawan recovered from that earlier incident. And Davina Bhutani, number 24. He seems to like to stay at the front of groups. He's been doing that for 8 or 9 minutes now. There's 157, one of the promotees in this class, Murabul Vitoni, a real contender in last year's Underbone 150 Championship, and has been elevated to AP250s by the LFNH Putra team, and had a pretty good outing yesterday. Best time for him was in the 152s, 152.6. So really good start for Murabel as he gets up close and personal with Cal Vietnam, number 65. So the 157, definitely one to watch, and expect him to improve through the weekend.
T1 Antares, I'm really impressed with what Chun Zheng has done. I mean, last year, in the final round, we saw Humberto Mayer from the Yamaha R7 Championship in Europe. He brought him down to ride as a wildcard as well. This time around, he's got Rish Takahira for a full season. So it's a really impressive package. I mean, we've seen Humberto and what Rich and Humberto have been able to do with this bike. So the bike is capable. Of course, comparing to a factory bike will always be difficult, but nevertheless, what a top job by T1 Antares, TY Antares and the team.
Yeah, that is the remarkable thing for me, is how they've managed to put themselves on a par with the factory supported teams. Anyway, that's great to see, and perhaps in a way reflects the way that the regulations are managed in this category too. There is Kandra, followed by Algasani Priadi, the number 80.
Really impressive stuff from Murugo. He's a rookie in this class.
Currently sitting on top, 151.656. That's quicker than he went yesterday, I think.
Yeah, it is. It would have put him in second in practice 3, just behind Kritapat.
Second faster than his best time yesterday, so no surprise to see him improving, but that is some improvement. Kandra's going to take a break by the look of it. In he comes.
Kritapat still not having set a proper lap yet. So we'll look out for Kritapat later on in the latter portion of the session. That's Andi Mohamed Fadli. He's got a big learning curve this season. The first few rounds, it's going to be tough. Riding the much heavier ZX25R. Aikiyoshi, he's gotten used to it, but even he was kind of worried about just the lack of torque on the exit of the turns, where all the other riders are able to squirt out. He's just feeling that it's a bit laggy. Galang moved up into 11th on the last lap. I think we can expect something special from Galang in the race. Ex-World Championship rider last season. Podium finisher as well in the World Championship. Irfan Haikal cuts across, and
that was Gao
Jiang.
So Irfan Haikal, I watched him come out of turn 12, and he looked unhappy about something. He waved a leg. No, this is coming in later just to look at this incident.
So Gao Jiang tried to hold this line, but actually Gao Jiang didn't take a line that made sense there. So I can understand your friend's frustration. He trusted the other rider to take a normal line, but Gao Jiang just unaware that Irfan was on the outside.
Well, another learning experience for the Chinese rider.
Still have 17 minutes in the session, so plenty of time for them to come back in, make a quick adjustment, and head back out for a final push. I think Rich Takahira will definitely be looking at that because something's not really clicking for him in this session. Galang as well. We saw a good run from Galang in practice 3 of 52.5. He's currently sitting with a 53.
Kritapat now up to 4th and on a really hot lap now. So the Yamaha, there he is, the number 39. See how he got through sector 3. Certainly got through turn 12 quickly.
Look at the torque between the R3 versus the Kawasaki's just absolutely blitzed past them. You could see that the pure visual difference between the Kawasaki and the Yamahas, and that's what Andi Fadli and Aikiyoshi are struggling with. And on that lap, actually, Kritapat did a 150.6.
That's what I was trying to say, Daniel.
Apologies,
he's gone a second clear. Gone a second clear out the top. That was a brilliant lap for him. You could see it coming, and he got through turn 12 really fast, and found himself amongst the Kawasaki's as they came out. But Kawasaki's now Aikiyoshi 10th, 153. 3 seconds off. Is that Davino now in the pits?
Yeah, it's Davino having a little bit of a debrief. Davino was in the Asia Talent Cup. That's where I put in good faith with him. He's filling up big shoes there, Kendra and Veda.
Just a phenomenal pool of talent they've got. But they keep refreshing.
I'm just still a bit confused on where it's gone wrong for Kawasaki, because I mean we saw last season, yes, there was a bit of a deficit in the early rev range, about mid rev range, but we saw it in Mandalika. It wasn't as significant as we can see it now. Now it's really quite a difference. It's strange for the Kawasaki's. I think they really need something to at least be competitive this season.
Yeah, 2 Astra Hondas go out there now. They will no doubt have had a look at Kritapat while they were in the garage.
It's about on his own, a 151.3. That's still faster than anyone else. Rich Takahira's just gone up into 4th, 151.8.
Yeah, going through there is the number 44 of Rich Takahira.
And Ashami, he's currently sitting in 8th still. And then Ashami, a bit better than yesterday. We saw a bit of a struggle from him. Practice 3.
Yeah, Rishi Takahira's got himself up into P4. So he's put it together, starting to put it together. 14 minutes remaining.
Faris Putra, another tough session from him. He's down in 21st.
Yeah, there's Rishi just going past. I think Kripapat doesn't want to give him a hand there. Takahira carrying on.
Yeah, Shami tried to send on the inside of Kripapat. Kripapat does build from this, so.
Yeah, Kripapat showing quite a lot of experience there. Just getting himself out of the way.
Yeah, very mature ride from Kripapat so far this weekend. Oh, Irfan just getting a bit of wild there.
Yeah, and that being Gao Jiang just following him. And that's Shami, number 57.
Yeah, Daniel Shami, you got to feel for him, it's tough. I'm sure he's still struggling a bit with the weights of production bikes. It's going to be a big season for him.
But good to see Uma racing colours in this category, Daniel.
Oh, very much so, yeah. And what a rider to bring it up with. There's Rishi Takahira on that very angry looking Yamaha R3. I do like the Yamahas in red.
Yeah. Absolutely. Why do they have to be blue?
Ooh, Aiki's done a decent one, 52.4. So that puts Aiki Yoshi up into 7th place. So good job from Aiki. I mean, we can see how much speed they're lacking on the exits, but Aiki's still managing some fairly decent lap times.
Yeah, he impressed us all the way through last season with the way that he developed that bike.
Just Kripapat with that runaway 150.6. The closest to him is Murabil Bitoni, and that's a second down.
Yeah, and it's RB. And then Rishi Takahira.
Quiet session for Irfan Ardiansha, down at 13th.
Quiet session for the two Yamaha, Honda Thailand bikes. They're running two wild cards, and I speculated yesterday that it might be an audition for those guys, but Napat Chatum and Panjarut Chip World Chap down in 15th and 16th.
It'll also be because Kyatisak's in Rebel Rookies.
Okay, so it could be substitute, but good opportunity for those guys.
Definitely, because they've done a decent job actually over the practice sessions. It's just in this one it's been a bit of a tough one, but still have 11 minutes. There's Aiki Yoshi and Rishi Takahira. The experienced Japanese versus the young Japanese talent. Just behind them is Aldias Aksal. Aldias, another top contender from the Indonesian Underbone racing scene.
Now you can hear that Kawasaki coming past our commentary position.
Still a beautiful noise. Irfan Haikal's improved his time, but all the way down in 15th is not where we expect Irfan Haikal to be. We've seen what he can do in practice sessions and we know his talent.
Yeah, Astra Honda's RV pulled himself up to second there, and within 73 hundredths of Kritipat's time, and there right on cue is Kritipat coming in for a break with 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Well-deserved fist bumps all round, and probably another feature on social media. Big Boss, I noticed, from Yamaha Racing Thailand is in the pit box there.
So Aiki's going to head back to pit lane.
It's RV and Davino, I think, running together.
Yeah, Astra Honda want to try and lock out the first two positions, but it's going to be tough. Kritipat, he knows something that the others don't about going around Chang. Team have built the bike very well. He's riding superbly. So now it's Fadela and Davino.
Yeah, Cal Vietnam, the number 65, having a better day today than he did yesterday.
Yeah, it's much better. He looked a shadow of himself what we saw for the past couple of seasons, especially at Chang. We've seen him fighting for podiums here, so
he won last time out. So yeah, absolutely. We know he goes well around here.
So two Astro Hondas just coming to shot there into the last turn. It's not no impressive sectors except for the Vino in sector 2, 42.569, 51.8 this time for Fadilla. Irfan Haikal goes up into 7th, so Irfan is just behind the Astro Hondas and Irfan Ardiansya as well. I think that was behind him, or was that Jazo? Similar colors on those bikes.
So the Astro Hondas in 2nd and 6th currently. Over Tony, who did go top early on, still holding on well in 3rd.
This is interesting. The young Indonesian Davino and the young Malaysian Irfan, 2 Honda camps, both looking really, really strong. And right now, advantage will be towards Irfan Haikal. He's going to get that slipstream behind the Vino. You can see Astro Honda, they know what's happening. But now let's see what Irfan's first sector was. Irfan's first sector is really, really good. So he's going to get a nice punch hole through the air behind the Vino. Through sector 2 all the way and into the last turn as well. And there we go, Irfan Haikal goes up again into sector 2. So Irfan is going to look like a potential top 5 spot in qualifying for him.
Yeah, the other Maestro SCK Irfan Ardiansya, further down than I would have expected. He's currently down in 14th.
Irfan's playing was so smart. He could have gotten past the Vino. They could have shown the front wheel, but he's just trying to get that extra bit of air behind him. Now he's going to get a bit of. That was a bit aggressive there into the last turn, but let's see.
Oy, yeah.
First 2 sectors were good for Irfan Haikal. The Vino comes across. He does improve 52.0. Irfan Haikal, where does he go? 52.0 as well. Nearly identical times between the 2 young Southeast Asians. But both in 6th and 7th still. Irfan Ardiansya has joined this now. It's right at the front of this. This is a large group.
6.5 minutes remaining. That's Davino, the number 24, coming into turn 3.
I'm just trying to stick with Davino there. These are the 2 Vietnamese 250cc riders. That's Cao Vietnam and Hu Tri.
Hu Tri currently 20th, 153.5. 152.4 for Cao Vietnam. Vietnam should get some kind of award for service to his nation, I think, for what he's done for racing in that country.
Definitely, he's managed to go on the podium on the top step as well. Superb performances by Cao Vietnam. Fadilla's on a good lap, just had a decent first sector. But the Vino and Irfan, doesn't look like this lap's too impressive for them. I think there's quite a bit of traffic. Ching Zhang getting in the mix there with Andy Fadli.
Just saw a shot of the Honda, the Yamaha Thailand pit. Lots of luminaries in there, including 2-time Supersport 600 champion. Okay, there's Andy Fadli, that familiar 108. Gao Zhang on the Team 1 for All Yamaha in Kawasaki green. Seems to like hooking himself up behind the real Kawasaki's.
Just look at Faris Putra, he did improve a little bit. He's up into 19th, but I think Faris Putra's in the wrong group. Right now he's in the mix with Andy Fadli and then Shami. I think he needs to find his way to be around Reach Takahira and co, because he needs to use what he knows of the R3 and just at least have someone in front of him as a reference around Chang. Then Ashami is pretty new to this on production bikes as well, so
Yeah.
It's not the best references.
Kritoppat looking as cool as a cucumber there.
He knows the pace he's been setting is good. While this has been happening, Miller has closed the gap even further, and he's going even faster now. I think that's what prompted Kritoppat to get back on the bike and try and put a faster lap time, because Fadilla going even faster. Here comes Astra Honda Racing once again. Rich Takahira's on a good one as well. Not too far off Fadilla's lap time sector-wise. Oh, in sector 2 is about half a second down. Oh, then Shami got completely set up through turn 7. That's Rich Takahira making his way through.
Yeah, he's got Kandra just in front of him on track as well as on the timing screen. Fadley is in the way there, and Kandra's muscling his way past.
Chandra Hammer 1 is a proper fighter. There goes Rich Takahira on the inside of Animama Fadli.
Yeah, Faris Putra in that group as well.
This is not a bad spot for Faris Putra. Now he's got Chandra right in front of him. Rich Takahira goes 3rd. Tonampu goes 14th. Izam Ikmal up into 8th. So it's a final push now for the AP250 boys.
Yeah, 2 more flying laps.
It's gone really wrong somewhere for Fadilla. 153 in that lap.
Faris Putra, the number 31 in the middle of your picture there, needs to make this lap count, war the next one, make the most of running in that group.
Yeah, while everyone's improving, Panjarut and Napa Jatum, they've gone all the way down to 21st and 20th.
Looks like we're going to see, this is an outlap for Kritoppat, but it looks like we're going to see another quick one from him.
And the rider is struggling a bit more than we expected is Joseph Juraimi. Here comes Kritoppat. I think he might just have enough time for 2 flying laps if he pins it down now. Yeah, just about. He's been lapping the 1 minute 50s.
Yeah.
Murabil Batoni's on a decent lap, good first sector from Murabil, second sector not bad either. Tree's on a decent lap. It should be able to push him up a couple of places. Now your friend Haikal and Davino, who were pushing earlier on, sort of just simmered down, and he's doing about 1 minute 52s. Look at the confidence from Kritoppat, the way he just dips his shoulder down.
Yeah. You know, the his style on the 250 and the swagger that you can see in him when he's off the bike, it reminds me of a young Apiwat Wangtananon, actually.
He does quite a bit. It's that confidence, and as you say, the swagger that he has. This is a man who knows exactly what he wants to do. He's doing it really well. Through the first sector, it's slower by his standards. Chandra on a decent one. No one else really on a fast lap. I think everyone's just bunched up too much and getting in each other's way.
Yeah, Murabil, after showing well early in the session, has just slipped down a little bit. Hasn't improved since his 4th flying lap. He's Kritoppat.
Improving laps, it looks like this is how qualifying is going to stand.
Let's see, yeah, Kritopat's going to get another flyer in.
I think he went on the green there. Gonna have to beat this next one.
The gentleman on the right there is Desha Kreisart, the 2-time champion I was talking about. Round about 22:08. 2010, something like that.
It was around about the time that Azan Shah made his appearance into the Super Sports class as well, I think.
Right. Yeah, yeah. It would be. Joan Reeves Emmanuel, the Indian rider, going through there, the number 13. Checkered flag is out, so that's the last time across the line for these guys. Mirabel, that was another good lap from him. 12th time around, so he lifts himself up to provisional 3rd place. As the Yamaha Thailand pit congratulate each other, as well they might, because they have a very talented rider and they've clearly done a very good job of bringing him through in the right way. So this is another good pace lap for Kritapat, just making sure that he's got everything he needs. Takes a checkered flag for the last time, Thai rider, but he is going to be on pole position this afternoon. Yamaha Thailand check the timing screens once again, but they've got a margin of over a quarter of a second over Astra Honda's RV Aditama. And Rish Takahira for TY Antares Racing Team is going to start from the front row. What a magnificent performance from him. That was a good last lap from him, so he's shown that he can push under pressure late in the session as well, the young Japanese rider. But for now, the glory belongs to the rider on your screen, Kritapat Kankum, for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Let's get our breath back and look at those results. So it was a 150.603 that took Kritapat to the top, quarter of a second ahead of Fadila RV Aditama, the faster of the two Astra Honda riders, and the sensational Rish Takahira for TY Antares was 3rd quickest. He's going to start from the front row. Muravel Vitoni just bounced off the front row by Rish Takahira in the last gasp there, and Kandra Humawan will start 5th. Davina Bhutani, the second of the two Astra Hondas, will start 6th. Leading the 3rd row, Irfan Haikal for Maestro NWN SCK is Haikal for Victor Racing will start from 8th. 9th, Shami Sharil for Uma Racing. 10th, Galing-Hendra Prathamar. 11th, Aiki Yoshi. 12th, Cal Vietnam, best time 152.4 for the Vietnamese. Irfan Ardianshad, further down than you might have expected, in 13th. 14th, Fadil Al-Ghassani Priadi. And Tonampu, another Indian rider, Vietnamese rider, I beg your pardon, in 15th. Panjarut Chip Wirulchat was 16th, 17th, Nguyen Hu Tri. Aldiaz Axel Ismail for Yamaha BAF Yamalu was 18th, 19th. Down in 19th was Faris Putra. Andy Fadley, 20th, so still looking for his form there. Napat Chatum was 21st and 22nd, Gao Jiang. Kevin Kintal was 22nd, 24th. Jacob Savlaya for SDG Harp Pro. Jazil Jarami for Team ACR was 25th, 26th. Johnson Zhang for TY Antares. John Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India, 27th, 28th. Liu Guang Yuan and Liongnan Zi for Victor Racing was 29th. So all runners and riders out in that session, all are going to be starting this afternoon for race 1. So in a moment we'll take a look at how that all worked out. So early in the session, the Astra Hondas got their combined head down and got some good early laps in. On screen there was the number 93 of RV, and that incident there when Kandra got himself all out of shape. He recovered well and would finish with a good qualifying position. There is snaking under braking, Aiki Yoshi muscling that Kawasaki, the heavy front end of that Kawasaki into turn 12. But decent session for the Japanese rider And there is the number 44 of Reese Takahira, TY Antra's Yamaha. He was quick throughout the session, showed he had good pace. So you can expect a young Japanese rider to be in the mix in the front group this afternoon, as you can with this rider too, Mulville Vitoni. He's gotten better and better on his step up to a tank bike from Underbones. He was first at one stage, eventually would end up starting qualifying fourth. But we know how competitive he is, so he's going to be up for a really good race this afternoon. And the number 80 machine of Al Ghassani there. Few riders, Gao Jiang and Irfan, just having a bit of a clash there. About halfway through the session it was that Kuripak came out, so quite a lot of confidence just shown by that very fact. He steams past Aiki Yoshi. Given the speed of those Kawasaki's, that shows how good the exit was that Kuripak got from turn 12. He just got himself ahead of Aldias Axel Ismail, the number 69. And with 10 minutes remaining was RV Aditama, the number 93. Well established near the top. Good session too from Irfan Heikel, the number 21. And there is Faraz Putra, number 31. We expected more from him in this session than we eventually got. But there was the number 39 who would come through. Good pace all the way through the session. He will start from pole position. Next to him, RV. Next to him, Rish Takahira.
So first and foremost, Kritapat, big congratulations to you for pole position this weekend. But you've been brilliant all week. Practice 1, you topped it. Practice 2, practice 3. It was so impressive. Tell us about the weekend so far.
Yeah, for today, I feel like much confident. And then yesterday, my team worked hard, everything, new setup, and then me, and then my coach. We have some corner problem, and then we make like work hard to do this. Yeah, for today, last one, I will do my best.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Qualifying time now for the Super Sport 600. Happy to see Jack Michael Mahaffey, Australian wildcard, out on track. Spill in practice 2, we didn't see him most of practice 3. He came up for a bit but went back in. Story of Super Sport 600 will be Anupap Sarmumades, Jack Michael. Good to see a few Australians this weekend. Got a few joining us for the full season. Jack Michael will be a wild card, but we do hope to see him for the future rounds. We're getting a first good look at him. In practice 2, before his crash, he actually was setting a really good first sector time. And now again, a decent first sector coming in from Michael Mahaffey. So he's going to follow Jack Michael. Number 37, the Australian. 26 minutes left in this qualifying session. It's a long qualifying for these riders. Plenty of time to do a hot lap and then make adjustments. Jack Michael's actually on the qualifying rear, so he's the first one to go out on the qualifying rear tires, which is an interesting move early on, but maybe he's just trying to get that cooler temperatures, cooler track temps that we have, just so slightly cooler. This is an interesting move from the wildcard straight onto the qualifying rears. And usually riders will wait a bit. They'll go out on the mediums first and then get a bit of a setup for the conditions and then head on the qualifiers. But Jack's gone on qualifiers immediately. So let's see what he does on his first flying lap. It's a decent lap time, but heading straight onto qualifiers, the setup should be slightly different. 143.4. So that's nowhere near where he needs to be. Qualifying grid should be about half a second to a second faster. The fastest times we saw were 39.6 on medium, so 30 to 43 is not going to be desired. Jack's going to have to hope for another flying lap. They have about 2 flying laps on the qualifying grids before it's cooked. Let's see if anyone else is on qualifying grids. It looks like the rest of the grid mostly on the mediums first, which is the typical method. Head out on the mediums, get a feel for the track first, and then you head out on your qualifiers. As Cosmo Daniel coming through with the big pink 27.
Yeah, occasionally we have seen riders banking an early qualifying time, and sometimes it works out, but you've got to say it's a riskier strategy than, as you described, doing the mediums, get up to your pace and then nail it with the qualifiers.
Especially
Hasman just gone to the top there, Daniel.
I mean, because Jack also missed out on practice 2 and 3 due to his crash, so
he's in a lot of pain from his shoulder injury from that as well.
So it's a bold move heading straight on qualifiers. Maybe he's just trying to do less laps and save his shoulder for the race. But yeah, Cosma straight away out the gate with the 140.3. But we know Anupap's done 139s. So has McKinley Kalpas and Wahyu Nugroho. And Cosma himself, actually. So that's not going to be where the fastest lap times will be at. Herjanatna, good lap from him. Herjan, a 140.3. Yesterday in practice 3, he was down in the 141, so this is much better from Herjanatna. Practice 1, Herjanatna managed a 140.3, so Herjan matching his best of the weekend. Already in his first flying lap. Adenanta, 139.3. That is the fastest lap time this weekend, I believe.
Yeah, we were looking for him to come through with a really quick time yesterday. We didn't quite see what we were expecting, but now we're starting to see it.
Yeah, that is the fastest lap time of this weekend so far. What an impressive lap by Adenanta Putra. I don't think he's put on the qualifying race. We haven't seen him yet. Mega lap from Adenanta. He's going even faster. Anupap's on a really good lap. So is Helmi Asman. So Anupap is about to complete his flying lap now. So he gets on the bike, picks it up to get the power on the straight. Comes across 139.5. It's a good lap, but Adenanta stays on top for now.
Yeah, Anupap is the rider that all the others are looking at as the reference point, Daniel.
My favorite term.
Your favorite phrase, it's a great phrase. Notice that Tanat wheelies every time he comes out of turn 12.
He's just happy.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was yesterday when it didn't count, but it's qualifying now.
Helmi's just
Helmi.
going down to 39.0. We're gonna see Helmi now. That I don't think he's on qualifying. He is on qualifying race. Helmi Osman is on the qualifying rear compound, so that's where the 39.0 comes from. Adinanta as well.
Adinanta, yeah.
So interesting. We've seen this before from both of them actually, Adinanta and Helmi last season. It didn't always bring the best results for Helmi and Adinanta, but it's working for them now. The worry for them is that Anupam can do 39.5 without the qualifying race, so.
Yeah, that's it.
And Cosmas off 39.7. And Tana with a 39.4.
Yeah, Tana gonna lose this lap. He ran well wide then. No harm done. That's Kritsadar Tanachot, the number 18. Currently in the middle of the pack. There goes the number 1, 2, 3 racer, Danica Arons. And okay, Helmi being summoned to change his tyres.
Yeah, this lap's ruined for him anyways. He's in traffic. Yeah, he's going off even before he sees that.
Yeah.
So Helmi going back in.
Kritsadar and Tana all going in.
So I think right about now they're going to make some adjustments for the Honda Thailand riders and slap on those qualifying rears.
Yeah, let's have a look at Wayu Nugroho as well, because he's currently third. So yeah, I just wonder if he's on qualifiers as well.
It's faster than any of his lap times yesterday. His fastest yesterday was a 39.6.
Yeah, that's what made me think he's possibly on qualifiers. So he's now going to see what he can do on presumably mediums. But we have seen him go faster on mediums than he goes on qualifiers before. And as you said, Daniel, we have seen him put qualifiers on early in the session.
Most notably was Mandarika, where the heat was just so much for the qualifying race for Helmi. It worked for some, didn't work for Helmi. Went faster than mediums, but I think Dunlop have ironed out those issues. I think everyone's pretty much happy with how the mediums have been performing, and right now, evidently, the qualifiers are working very well.
Yeah, that is Wayu Nugroho on
qualifying race,
qualifiers, yeah.
So Wayu, okay, 39.4, so he's 0.2 faster than he was yesterday. So the biggest improvement on qualifying tires so far has been the likes of Helmi Osman. Helmi taking off about 0.7 with the qualifying compound, so qualifying tires working very well for the riders in Dunlop.
Yeah, Anupam just behind him, so Anupam on that was 140 for him, not too much.
There's Kip there, I think he was on a normal compound, he's doing 140.35. A tough weekend for Kip.
Yeah, not what we expected. Our expectations are high of Khalid Mpawi because we know his quality. Another quality rider from the same garage, the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia garage. Sharifuddin Azman steps up from AP250s last year. The previous season he was in Moto 3, so lots of experience there, lots of quality. Good to see Shajin Tong back on his bike after wrecking it yesterday.
Shajin Tong slapping in the 142s currently. He's improved through sector 2. Let's see what he does now. Marco Sessa's also out on track, so it's good to see, well, he was out on track. Good to see him back on the bike. Marco clocked in a 141.9 before heading back into pit lane. He did 6 laps.
So the top 3 have all done their qualifiers. And then it's Tana, Anupam, and Kazma. 3 very quick riders behind them who haven't.
Carlos has got a bit faster. He's gone up into 11th at 140.3. Again, we saw much better from Kyle yesterday. In practice 3, he managed at 39.7, but then again, the temperatures were track temps were dropping at that time. So I could have benefited that, but I know it's no issue for Helmi Azman and Wahid Agroho or Adinanti Putra, the three who have gone out on qualifying compounds.
Right, coming up to midway through the session, and Casper Daniel comes in, so keep our eyes peeled for whether he comes out on a qualifying rear. And there we are with Wahid Agroho making the most of his. Currently provisional second place on the grid.
Wahid has done quite a number of laps on that qualifying compound. It's lap number 4 for him right now. So he's really testing the limits of that qualifying rear.
Yep. Wants his value.
You can see in sector 1, 2, it's already dropping a bit for him.
Anupab showing good pace.
Yeah, while he's coming back in.
Yeah, they're coming in too. So Anupab will come in, well, they're both coming in for tyre changes. Wayu will be taking off his qualifier, and Anupab may be putting one on, unless he leaves it really late. Anupab, best lap, 139.344 on mediums.
Most of the riders, I think, back in pit lane. Just Rosie, who's still out by the looks of it. Everyone else back into pit lane, and we'll be making slight adjustments before slapping those qualifying rears on. Kitsara Tanachar as well, he's still out on track. I think it's Kitsara and Tanat riding together.
Yeah.
For Anupab. 15 minutes left. Exactly halfway now for the session, and yeah, both the Honda Thailand riders have qualifying rear compounds on. Tana was quick with the mediums. This is their out lap, so flying lap coming in for Tanat and Kitsara Tanachot.
I haven't seen whether Hergen has been on qualifiers yet. I don't think he has. He has.
Yeah, he hasn't. I think we saw him just at the start.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be the best for Hergen. 39.8. Yesterday Hergen was struggling a bit as well.
Caroline Paui on an out lap as well for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Yeah, I think the Honda Malaysia boys have put on the qualifying race now. Besides Helmi Azman, Shafrin Azman and Kip. In front of them, the two Honda Thailand riders as Tanat leading Kitsara into turn 4. They're playing a bit of a 250cc game there, trying to help each other with a bit of slipstream. Tanat, the slightly faster rider this weekend. Let's see what the sector times are looking. It's not looking too impressive for Tanat or Kitsara. Decent, but not that much faster.
Yeah, Tanat got P2 in the last race of the season here in this class.
That's Tanat again through sector 2. So he's just about a couple of tenths slower in sector 1 and a couple of tenths slower in sector 2 compared to the fastest sector times we've seen. So it will still be a decent mid-39 time, but it's not going to be enough to improve his position. He'll have to hope for another flying lap. Here comes Tanat Longpleo into the last turn, keeping it nice and controlled. Let's see that wheelie from him on the exit. And this time it's controlled by him.
Yeah, so he is just playing when he does that then.
Yeah, he likes to have fun, doesn't he? 39.2 on the lap. Actually, it was an improvement for Tanat. That last sector was impressive. At 39.2, Tanat Longpleo goes provisionally second.
I think this is going to be a faster lap for him, unless he makes a mistake, but there he goes.
Impressive stuff from Tanat. He made up so much time in this third sector. Second sector, again, decent, very similar to his last lap, so this could go even faster for Tanat if he improves his second sector. Kitsara getting a bit left behind, but Kitsara is improving as well through sector 1. That's his personal best. Sharafuddin Azman, who's begun his flying lap on the qualifiers as well, he's improved up in Sector 1.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on Tanat for this lap.
And imagine it managing that power really, really well. He's molded well onto this super sports bike. Last season was a learning curve for him. This season,
that was a 38 through Sector 2.
Yeah, it is faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be an even faster lap. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to take first away from Helmi for now, but he will improve his time, I think. Sharafuddin Azman and Kip right behind the Honda Thailand duo. These riders will be coming. Oh, Sharafuddin Azman's on a really good lap. Faster Sector 2, fast Sector 1. So Tanat Lompleo is right in front of them. He's going to come around right about now. So let's see what Tanat does. Tanat goes across the line. It's a 39.0 for Tanat. What does Sharafuddin Azman do? Sharafuddin Azman at 38.8. That's the first 38 we've seen this weekend, and what a lap by Sharafuddin Azman. Helmi Azman thought he had it, but his teammates betted him to it. The World Supersport rider makes it on to first for now.
And Helmi gets to his feet in the same garage. Well, there we go. He's just been robbed by his rookie teammate, but there is Sharafuddin Azman having bagged provisional pole.
He was going faster in Sector 1 as well. Would have been an even faster lap. But Sharafuddin Azman makes a mistake into turn 3, and that's qualifying tires done for Sharafuddin Azman.
Done for sure, yeah.
Oh, how unlucky for him. I hope we can see a replay of what happened, because it happened while we're looking at Helmi.
Yeah, and I wonder what Helmi, because he goes so well on mediums, I just wonder what Helmi can do.
Yeah, the fastest time we saw on normal compounds was a 39.6 by Anupap, so I'm wondering if today's conditions are slightly better track temp-wise, and whether Helmi can try and dip below the 39s. It's going to be a big ask, but anything's possible in racing. But for now, provisional pole, it's Sharafuddin Azman's. What a comeback into the season it is for Sharafuddin Azman. There's Anupap Sarmoon now. Anupap probably, yeah, definitely has to be qualifying rears on him now. And those are, yeah.
Yeah. Good. So out lap for Anupap. Out lap for Helmi on mediums. Helmi did grab provisional pole, but had it snatched off him by his teammate.
There's Kasper coming out with the qualifying rears. I think Kyle as well will be on the qualifiers. So it's all but done here with 9 minutes remaining in qualifying for the Supersport 600.
Well, it's fair to say that Sharafuddin Azman has guaranteed himself a decent starting position.
Definitely. And he's proven his speed once again. 38.8. That's Helmi got off there.
Yeah.
Like I said, the last stint, yeah, Helmi's gone off at the last stint, so Damak not the only Idemitsu Honda Malaysia rider with an issue. Here's Helmi Azman going into the last stint. Was it a mistake on the braking for him? And just a wrist skipping everywhere. Ooh. Yeah, I managed to save that very nicely, luckily Helmi. So right now on qualifying compounds, it's Anupap Sarmoon, Mikali Kalpes, Kasma Daniel. What for Rocco Sessler? Has he gone on in his qualifiers? He's only done 6 laps in this session. He's come out as well from pit lane.
Yeah, disappointing for the one for all 600 entry, Rocco Sessler.
Is playing tricks, or do we have a bit of cloud cover around the Chang International Circuit right now?
I'm suffering from the same trick if it is. Rain's possibly forecast for about the start of the Superbike race this afternoon.
Yeah, we've been looking at that. A lot of riders have been having chats about it in the paddock as well. And now here's Helmi Azman. He's back onto normal compounds, and neither the first or second sector are impressive. So I think Helmi just did it a bit too quickly in the first portion of this qualifying.
Well, Adelanta, could he knock him off? He's done his qualifiers. Anupap could.
Yeah, we still got Anupap, Kasma, and Kyle who have gone really quick around here on normal compounds. And now with a bit of cloud cover, this might just cool it down ever so slightly for the track temps.
Yeah, and there he is right on cue, Anupap. What a stunning lap for him so far.
Yeah, this is interesting, Anupap. I think because for some riders the qualifying compounds just give a bit too much grip.
Yeah, just push a little bit too much. We'll see how he gets through this turn. No problem there.
Yeah, it's not possible. Anupap is a 39.5, so Anupap's going to have to hope for the next one. It is an improvement through the last sector for Anupap. Let's see whether he can make it better. Kasma is going to have a lot of experience on this qualifying compound, but it was on 1000 cc's, so there again you can see in the first sector, Kasma not much faster. Kyle has done a really good first sector, only a 10th off the fastest sector 1, so McKinley-Kyle Pass should be on a hot lap. Kasma a whole 4/10 slower than his teammate through sector 1.
Yeah, we normally see a clutch of riders in the 138s in qualifying. And we've only got one so far, which is the class rookie, Sharifuddin Azman. Sharifuddin.
Yeah, Sharifuddin Azman just coming here as well for the Supersport 600 while racing the World Supersport 600 as well. Busy year for Sharifuddin Azman. Anupap's gone faster through sector 2, so Anupap should be on a decent lap. Kyle's made a mistake in sector 2. He's a whole 3 seconds slower, so something's gone wrong for McKinley-Kyle Pass. There he is now. So this won't be the lap. It'll have to be the next one for Kyle and Kasma Daniel. They come across the line. Now, where's that put Kasma? Has he improved? Kasma a better 3rd sector, but he remains in 8th for now. The 2 Yamaha boys have to really push on this one. Anupap's gone up. He's gone up into 4th at 39.0, but is that his 2nd flying lap in the qualifying rears?
Yeah, that's probably, yeah, it is. So it's probably as good as it's going to get. Here comes racer Danica Arends for Astra Honda. He's on mediums.
Farouzi's up in sector 1, a really good first sector from Farouzi. I think Farouzi's got the qualifying rears on. He spent quite a bit of time in pit lane.
4 minutes remaining, so very much business time in the Supersport 600 qualifying.
Shajin Tong just set a decent first sector for himself, so Shajin Tong's improving as well. But now here's Kasma and McKinley-Kyle Pass. Kyle's done a decent first sector. Kasma again really slow through sector 1, but Kasma's quicker through sector 2. There should be another improvement coming in for the both of them. Let's see what happens through sector 3. Riding style definitely a factor when using these qualifying rear tires. It just gives so much grip when you're trying to get the power out. And some riders like Helmi, they like to slide the bike on the exits. Here's Kasma now, coming across the line. Kasma improve. Kasma goes 3rd. McKinley-Kyle Pass. McKinley-Kyle Pass up into 2nd.
So those 2 Yamahas, they work really well together.
Looks like they might be going for a 3rd one actually. They might just try.
Yeah, they're still motoring. Let's see what those qualifiers have got left in them.
This is impressive for Ndanda because it's warranted some riders to actually try for a 3rd flying lap.
Yeah, they're not the first to do that.
There's Rocco Sessler coming in.
And he's got Sharifuddin. They clean up that tyre for Sharifuddin. My eyes deceive me then.
I do beg your pardon, sorry, that was Wahi Nugroho. I mistook that red for orange. And yeah, I think there's a mediums on Shafruddin Azman's bike. Oh no, it is qualifiers.
Oh,
So he's
okay.
trying again.
So they gave that a good scrub when he came in then.
So yeah, Damok just getting out of the way of the other riders, I think.
Yeah, that's the long lap area. Got himself out of trouble, but two Yamaha boys are going for it, and that's the fastest time through sector 2 of the session for Kazma.
I think Shafruddin Azman's built from this one, because sector 1, sector 2 wasn't strong, and that's why he's gone off. But wow, this is a third flying lap on the qualifying race. We never saw this last season. Dunlop have improved these qualifying rear compounds, and it looks like it's going really well for McKinley Carl-Paz. Around the last turn for Carl. Will it be P1 for McKinley Carl-Paz? He comes across line, it should be. It's a 1:38.880.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's just off slightly, but
Kazma
wow.
38.999. So, wow. So we've got 3 in the 138. We've got 1.5 minutes remaining in this session. I don't think anybody else is going to pull anything out of the hat now to that extent. I think the other main contenders are all on mediums.
oh, what a change to what we expected this weekend. Anupap P6, who would have thought?
And fantastic to see the Filipino McKinley Carl-Paz on the front row. That's his first front row start in this category. And he has looked, last season he looked off and on.
Yeah.
But the start of this season has been really good.
Eyebrows were raised last season about McKinley Carl-Paz and his consistency, but he started this campaign off with an absolute bang. P2 and just off of pole by 0.059. Unbelievable by McKinley Carl-Paz. And good job as well from Kasma Daniel jumping onto the 600s. He's only had one practice session on the 600 in Malaysia before this opening round, and he's immediately managed to go in the front row, so good job there from the Malaysian.
Yeah, and Helmy on your screen there. He dropped from an early pole position to 5th. Still a decent starting position.
And mind you, Damok, he just did his arm pump surgery less than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
How has he managed? This is unbelievable. This is such a performance from Shafruddin Azman.
Yeah, and he did 11 laps in that session as well. So checkered flag is out, and it very much looks like the class rookie Shafruddin Azman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia is on pole position. Really tight times there. Less than half a second covering the top 8. Adinata Putra down in 8th, which is surprising to see him down on the 3rd row. Now we're just getting some laps in, making sure everything's as good as it can be for race 1. Went with the early qualifiers. The strategy didn't work out this time. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but it is a higher risk strategy. But he's still got himself a 2nd row start. Looking further down the order, Frozi Torakatula. Didn't see anything of him on screen, but he's down in 13th. The debutant, Herjanatna, another debutant there in 11th in the 139s. It is a big jump from 250s to 600s. So big grins from Sharafuddin Azman. Daniel, being Malaysia based, calls him Damok, as you can see on the back of his leathers there, that's his nickname. guess Daniel's going to be heading down to talk to him very soon. So there are the results. It was 138.821 for Sharafuddin Azman, the young Malaysian. At first time of asking, bags pole position. McKinley Carl Paz was next up for Hong Leong Yamaha Racing, and his teammate just a tenth or so behind him, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. Fourth was Tanat Long Piao. We expected him maybe to be on the front row, on pole position, sorry, but he's on the second row. Helmi Asman next up was fifth. Sixth, Anupab Sarmoon. He was the guy many of the other riders were expecting to end up on pole. Not to be. Wayu Nugroho 7th. 8th, Adinanta Putra. Expected him to be higher too, so that was a really intriguing session. Plenty of surprises. Also a surprise to see Karolidin Pawi in 9th, so 139.5 for the Malaysian. Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda Racing Team, 139.7. Next up, Herjanatna Firdaus, cutting his teeth in this class, was 11th. 12th, Kitsadar Tanachot, Ferozi Torokatula 13th. 14th, Rocco Sessler. 15th, Shajin Tong. And the injured Jack Mahaffey, 16th. So this is how it happened. Early onto the track was number 44, Super Kip, Karolidin Pawi, there chased by the rider who would eventually end up on pole, the number 63, Sharafuddin Azman. It was about this point that, Sharafuddin Azman got onto pole position. And there was McKinley Carl Paz. He came out on qualifying rear tyre together with his teammate. There he is, the number 27, Kazma Daniel. They ran really well together, putting in almost identical times. And McKinley Carl Paz would blast his way onto the front row in second place. And just a tenth in arrears, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. So on his return to the Super Sport class, we see him with a front row start. Sharafuddin Azman got all out of shape and wasn't able to improve on his time, but in the end he didn't need to. Helmi Azman had an interesting session, went out early on qualifiers and then just went for race setup after that. So big smiles for pole man Sharafuddin Azman.
Sharafuddin Azman, a week ago you did an arm pump surgery, and this week now you're qualifying on pole. It was a tough practice sessions, but this time in qualifying you managed to storm right to the top. Tell us about it.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all the team that they are working really hard for this weekend. During the test, I did 2 crash, and then I don't have a feeling in the front. So during the Friday, they are trying to find the best setup on my bike. But I still a bit struggling. But during the qualifying, I just close my eyes and push really hard. And thank you so much to my team that worked really well during the weekend. So I need to focus for race 1. So we need to keep working like this and in the positive way. So thank you so much.
Big congratulations and good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
So, welcome back, especially welcome back to Underbone fans, because this is the highlight of qualifying morning. If you are that way inclined, this is the Super Pole shootout for the top 10 grid positions. Just away there, already gone away actually, is Faril Rashidan, Zainal Fauzi, Fahmi Bassam, and yeah, let's just pick up these riders. They go in reverse order from 10th down to 1st. Let's just see where we are on the track there. So that's the first rider out, Faril Rashidan, for S1M. Evo Yamaha, he qualified 10th earlier this morning in qualifying 2 session. And he is on his out lap. So the way this works, you get 1 flying lap. People who remember back to the early Superbike days will remember Super Pole there. I call it proper Super Pole, when they literally get 1 lap. And of course, the logic for it is that a lot of the lap times are set, especially in this class, by using slipstream of other riders. So this is to isolate the performance of the rider and of course the machine. So head down for Farrell. He sets off on his flying lap.
Yeah, mind you, the Super Bowl lap times we were looking at in similar conditions last year were 202.4. That was the fastest by Aditya Fauzi and Faris Putra. And we've seen Shazras do similar just now in qualifying too, when he was on his own. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what happens now.
There's Farrell, nice shot of that elephant machine. Sorry, that was Husni we saw just now. The 96 is the first rider to do a flying lap.
Farrell now coming down into turn 4 or 5. Like the different colored wheels that they have on that bike.
Yeah, yeah, we noted that yesterday. We thought maybe they were just using, well, they used different colors yesterday. They used a minty green one on the front.
That was the Nashami.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
okay.
the minty green, yeah.
All right, so this, yeah, this kind of asymmetric colouring of the wheels is catching on in Underbone racing. And there is Husni Zainal Fauzi. He was fastest in qualifying yesterday. Sorry, fastest on combined times yesterday. And 9th in qualifying this morning. As we go back with Farrell.
Second time so far for the 3 riders out on track. Hafiz Farrell, Husni Zainal and Fahmi Bassam. Fahmi Bassam quite a lot faster.
So here comes Farrell. But he will set the reference point of 204.4.
Yeah, that's just not going to be enough. Across the line there comes, I think it was Husni. Yeah, Husni came across there with the 202.7. That's a lot better. Here comes Fahmi Bassam. He was in a hot lap. Fahmi 202.3. So Fahmi for now sits at the top.
Yeah, that's as expected. The mid to low 202s.
So up next,
April
came
King
through.
Moscato from 43.
204.2.
Yeah, he was a 204.
This could be Doug Kresna coming across 204.4.
Good. So there is Fahmi Bassam sitting on provisional pole position on his slowing down lap. He'll want to get back as soon as possible to watch the monitors, see if he manages to stay on pole position or whether anybody's going to knock him off.
Yeah, 2.3 is a really good time.
That's a really respectable lap, absolutely.
It's faster than any Super Bowl time we saw last year in similar conditions. We still have 5 more to go.
Yeah, those top 2, very respectable times indeed. Then we get to the fastest 5, Aditya Fauzi, Owen Sanjaya, Dimas Julie, Nazrul Izzat and Cheryl Shazras. So the second part of this 2-part shootout is going to be really intriguing. And that's why Fahmi Bassam has got himself back as quickly as possible into the technical area so he can stand there and watch the screens.
Yeah, Fahmi coming in now. He can feel happy about that one.
Yeah, he knows who's coming though. So let's see. He is the defending champion. And that was, as you said, Daniel, the best lap time set in those conditions.
let's not forget Aditya Fauzi. He goes really well in Super Bowl, but it's a completely different bike for him. Familiar faces in his garage, but a Honda from a Yamaha to a Honda, it's quite a big change. But for the first time, we have two Yamahas in the Underbone 150 Super Bowl after such a long time. So Dimas Amoko, Awin Sanjaya, Aditya Fauzi, Nazrul Izzat, and Sharon Shazras.
Here's Army, by his own volition, is intent on defending his championship this year. Such a hard thing to do in underbones, in any class, but especially here. There is the 177 Aditya Fauzi, JPNW SND Factory Racing Honda.
It's a good looking bike, this. Really nice livery that they've done for Aditya Fauzi and the team. Behind Aditya there, Awin Sanjaya for Yamaha Elephant HP 969 Indonesia racing team. The champions last year.
Yeah, unmistakable colours for them. Unmistakable colours for Dimas Julie as well on the 202 Race Tech 60 Yamaha. Everything matching.
And there goes Dimas. His teammate and team boss YIG not making it to Super Bowl this time round. But we know who goes well in the race.
We do. And there's a rider who goes well whenever he's got an even shot at it. In other words, when his machinery's working, as Nazrul Izzat. He's just gone, the 2023 champion.
That's Sharon Shazras. If anyone's wondering why there's Honda Racing Vietnam on his chest, it's because there's a collaboration between Honda Racing Vietnam and the UZ outfit. So nice collaboration there going on.
They've been working together for years. And it's been really good for the Vietnamese side.
Here comes Aditya Fauzi. This is their out lap.
So going around the top of the circuit there, I think that's turn 8.
So I would love to see Aditya Fauzi ride at 250 next year. Shown the quality all throughout the past couple of seasons. Bit unlucky in the finish, but he's always been quick. Auhin Sanjaya.
Yeah, good to see him as a regular rider as well. So, out lap just about done for Aditya Fauzi. His colour was bright green last year. This year it's bright pink.
Here goes Auhin for Yamaha Elephant HP 969. Both Aditya and Auhin have started their flying laps.
That's it, 20-second gaps between these bikes. And Dimas Julie, knees out in that mysterious aerodynamic configuration.
I'm going to call it the Finn method.
Maybe. Looks to me like legs akimbo.
Yeah. So Nazrul Izzat's come across. So has Sharon Shazras.
Yeah. So all these riders on their flying lap. Sharon Shazras, the last one, by virtue of the fact that he was fastest in qualifying 2 this morning.
Dimas has gone quick. Auhin as well, not bad, but Aditya through sector 1, not quick enough.
Yeah, we've seen Dimas on pole position 2 years ago here. Got us very excited, but his results through the season and or even last season didn't really justify it. And yeah,
Shazras.
So Shazras, I mean, we watched him and we commented this morning that he came out and did a practice super pole lap because he came out on his own and did a really good 202. And now he's quickest through sector 1 by a lot.
5/10 compared to Fahmi.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So Shazras is on an absolute monster of a lap. Auhin's on a good lap, so is Dimas, and so is Nazrul Izzat. But right now Shazras He's looking most likely.
Aditya, not so much. You see in the bottom of your screen there, Fahmi Bassam looking on apprehensively, as well he might.
Oh, look what Charles Shazras has done. Sector 2 as well. He's the quickest. But first of all, was Aditya Fauzi. 205. That's not fast by Aditya standards. Ao Hin comes across. Ao Hin goes provisional third.
So Fahmi. Ooh, all out of shape. He messed that right up. He went onto the green. So Dimas Julie at the end. It didn't work out. Here comes the 2023 champion.
Yeah, just under here's the onboard of Charles Shazras. Here comes Shazras now into the last turn. Will it be the dream start to his 2025 season for Charles Shazras? Comes across the line and he goes onto pole 201.4 in a Super Bowl lap.
Well, that by about a second is the quickest lap we've ever seen on Super Bowl round here at Chang International Circuit. Congratulations. I saw Dad when I went downstairs earlier and I said, you couldn't have judged that qualifying any better. Fantastic.
Unbelievable stuff by the UZ team and by Charles Shazras UZ. He's come in as a class rookie. He's only done wildcards and underbones. And now he is on top for race 1 and race 2 this weekend on the opening round.
That is a bit special. Yeah, best qualifying lap. His best qualifying lap was 2 minutes .141. And his solo lap, 201.447. Absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations to Estremo Yuzi and Charles Shazras. There it is, 201.447 for the young Malaysian. Fireworks from him guaranteed this afternoon. Next up, defending champion Fahmi Bassam was second quickest, third quickest, and fastest yesterday on combined times, Husni Zainal Fauzi. Fourth, Dimas Julie at Moko, who made a mistake right at the end of his Super Pole lap. Owen Sanjaya for Yamaha LFN HV969 was fifth. Sixth, April King Moscado for Uma MMR Philippines. And ninth, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, and 10th, Aditya Fauzi. Gupita Krishna is 7th, and Farrell Rashadan will start from 6th place this afternoon. It's winding back a little bit. So we'll take another look at that intriguing as ever, and in the end, absolutely thrilling Super Pole session for the Underbone 150s, as the victorious for this session, number 61 comes in, but Gupita Krishna getting away there for the Super Pole lap, but there was the first rider away, Farrell Rashadan, number 96. He looked to be doing a pretty respectable lap. Husni Zainal Fauzi, really quick yesterday and looking good again today. He came through and will start from the front row. And there was the defending champion who came out really strongly. He was aggressive, he was neat, he was tidy, and took pole position, provisional pole position, after the first 5 were out. And then 2 times champion from a few years back, Gupita Krishna. Never count him out. He would come through 7th in the end. And there was the 222 on his flying lap. Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha HV969 LFN, and Dimas Julie at Moko in the bright yellow colours for Racetech 60. 3rd team in as many seasons, and that was a mistake right there at the end. It looks as though he was allowed to take his position there, and here is the 2023 champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. Had a miserable day with mechanical problems yesterday, much better day today, and he would come through to qualify 8th and lead the 3rd row. But this rider, the number 61, who looked good all the way through yesterday, as Farming for Sam looked on. He was absolutely sensational, and there is the legend that is Cheryl Yuzi, former 125 Grand Prix rider, but Shazras will start from pole.
Come in for a full season after doing just a couple of wild cards, but you've come in like an absolute storm. You're fast in practice, and now you're qualified on pole for the opening round of the season. What a way to start your campaign. Tell us about it.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, this is all ini boleh katakan semua bantuan daripada tim. Saya syukur sangat-sangat tim bekerja keras sebenarnya daripada dekat Malaysia. Dia orang bekerja keras, banyak benda yang kita orang lalui. So ini hasil daripada diorang, dan saya cuma jalankan kerja saya untuk kekalkan saya punya motivation. So Alhamdulillah, saya happy sangat dengan pencapaian saya pada minggu ini. Progres yang baik, dan saya tak boleh nak jangkakan sebenarnya untuk dapat pole position ni, tapi dengan berkat usaha dan bantuan tim, so Alhamdulillah. Dalam pada masa yang sama, kita tahu race Underbone ni nanti akan fight, memang fight sangat-sangat sebab ramai rider yang lebih experience. So saya akan cuba untuk berada dalam grup tu dan cuba untuk kekalkan position saya, dan kita tengok macam mana race lagi.
So quick summary translation of that. Shaz just mentioned that this is all the hard work for the team from back in Malaysia up until this point. It was a hard work and the result of the team working together and bringing it all the way to here. And he didn't expect that it would be so well in this sessions, but he knows that the race in Underbone is always going to be hectic, so he's going to try the best that he can do to hold on to the top spot. So good job, Shaz. Congratulations and good luck for the race.
Sometimes they're different. Sometimes the same. I'll give it to my daughter. Yeah, they do. Well, these are from the season, it's not.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu engine oil.
Oh, this one, that'll be us, I think. Oh, hang on, sure. Yeah. He will start, yeah. And so, yeah, this master shot on track, that'll be us. So when they show the just thinking of the graphics that they show when they do the grid. How do you want to do that? Row by row, what? You, me, or what do you want to do? You won't have time. Yeah. There will be shots on the grid where we can talk about some of the riders. I think grid we can usually with Des I go, he goes to row 1, I do row 2, he does row 3, something like that. And then you got the obviously the results, that's probably you. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand, in the heart of northeastern Thailand. This is round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we are reaching the zenith, the peak of Saturday morning qualifying as the ASB1000s, the superbikes, make their way onto the circuit for a 40-minute qualifying session. It's a straight shootout. One session suits all. And as for the 600s, the ASB1000s have qualifying rear tyres that they can put on at some point in the session. Most of them go for later for obvious reasons. And this season, just while we're talking about tyres, Daniel, we've got a new Dunlop front, which is, I'm told by Dunlop, completely different to the previous one for just this category.
Yeah, it seems to be working well for the riders though. No one's had any tire issues, even with the 71-degree heat that we've been having on the track temps. And the tires have been working well. So it's good to see the work that Dunlop have put in. This is one of the wild cards, Junior Siamo Convento. Had a chat with Vorapong, said he might be continuing for the rest of the season, all dependent on how he feels with this round.
Right, yesterday he did a best time of 1:41.8 compared to the fastest combined time, which was Apiwat Wongtananon, more of whom later, of course. But we saw a really intriguing day yesterday. It wasn't a surprise that the former Honda Asia Dream teammates, Zakwan, Andy Farid and Nakarina Tirukbuvapat, showed really well throughout the day. That was no surprise. But what was a little more surprising was how well the brand new A1 Energy Racing team, there is with the number 25, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, on the, we couldn't really say the lead bike. There's no number one or number two there. What you've got is just two magnificent riders.
Indeed, indeed.
But Aslan has been very used to riding BMWs as his teammate there. Apiwat, the number 24, was just going a little bit too slowly around that turn and nearly got himself tangled up. Aslan just drags past one of those very rapid Hondas there. He takes a little trip off. That was the number 41 of Nakarin Tirukbuvapat. But it was Apiwat Wongtananon who really stole the show yesterday. The bikes weren't ready for the pre-season test on Wednesday, and Apiwat... Sorry, Daniel, go on.
No, I was just going to say Cameron Dunker's been following this group and he's not being left behind, so that's impressive.
Yeah, but the limelight stealer was that number 24, wasn't it, yesterday, of Apiwat, because they didn't get a chance to test on Wednesday. He'd only been riding Yamahas for years and years and years before that, so his first ever ride of a BMW Superbike was yesterday, and he went well right from the off, to be fair. But in the final practice session of the day, he came out late. There was about 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and he pulled out the fastest time of the day. So everybody forgot about everything else that everyone had done before that. It was a fantastic performance. But what else would you pick out from pre-practice, Daniel? Who impressed you?
Aslan did impress me, but what's even more impressive, he just said it the fastest time of the weekend. So yeah, Aslan was impressive in practice too. He was the fastest there. I would say everyone performed as I expected them to. Of course, Apiwat exceeded our expectations, being a fresh rider on a BMW. But I was expecting a bit more from Hafiz. Having gone so well around in the tire test, it just seemed like there's something holding him back this time around. Actually, the one that did impress was Zakwan Zaidi as well. His consistency was really impressive, and the speed.
Yeah, Zakwan didn't do really what we expected him to do at really any point last season, because we know how good he is. But he wasn't happy at any stage really, not fully happy. A little bit better maybe in the final race of the season. But yesterday he was good and consistent and quick all the way through. And the time so far, looking at Aslan and Zakwan in the mid to late 135s, that seems to me about right on mediums, because the qualifying times back in December were 134.7, yeah. So the qualifiers you could expect to take a second off that lap time. So it looks like it's going well.
Yeah, it's the fastest session so far. Cameron Duncan set his fastest lap of the weekend at 137 dead. That's a good lap from... Sorry, 137.0. So a good lap from Cameron Dunker. Oh, someone's gone down. I think that is one of the BMs. That's Hassan Shah. He's gone down at turn 3. He's had issues all weekend there. And down in the gravel goes Hassan in qualifying, but he's okay. Then the bike as well is not going to be too damaged, so it'll be a quick...
Yeah, every time he's had a problem, it's been a braking problem, hasn't it?
Yeah, Cameron didn't catch exactly what happened, but it looked like the front just went off there. That's unfortunate for Hassan Shah, who started qualifying so well. So yeah, Cameron with his personal best of the weekend, a 37.0. That's roughly about 0.8 faster than he was in practice.
Yeah.
That was when he was following Hafiz and co. Hafiz currently sits in 5th. Fastest sector 2 coming in from Hafiz. That's where we expect the Ducati to excel. We do actually expect it a bit more in sector 1 with that long straight, but top speed's not really been a thing for JDT Racing Team recently.
Yeah, he looks more purposeful than he did at any stage yesterday, in my opinion, Hafiz right now, as he gets onto the tail of Apiwat's BMW.
36.2 that time round. He goes in 4th. I think Hafiz is going to come back off into pit lane. Two young Australians lapping similar times. Kito Abe with a 36.7. Saw Kito yesterday do 36.6, so similar to yesterday's pace for Kito. He'll be looking for a slight improvement, and he is improving through sector 1 and sector 2. Let's see how Kito does through the last turn. Slides it in nicely, just kicking out the tail ever so slightly, keeping it nice within the margins across the line, 36.5. So that's Kito's best of the weekend.
Yeah, he's looking good, and his body language on the bike looks like he really means it as well. It's a nice style. It's dare I say it, an SDG style.
They have similar styles, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, going back to Haruki as well.
Indeed,
He
yeah.
had that really compact, off the bike kind of style.
Well, make it even more poetic if he's riding with a Arai helmet as well.
Yeah.
Haven't noticed that yet.
There is Zakwan. Showed us his class yesterday.
Oh, that's good to see that Aslan made it back on the bike as well. So
yeah,
bike's working fine. Just need to replace a few things.
Wing's looking a bit tatty, but yeah.
Minor issues in comparison to what could have been for Aslan.
Absolutely, yeah.
And 31 minutes left, so this team will be quick to replace what needs to be replaced. It's a bit of error. I think the right foot peg's gone as well. The leg was dangling off. See, frustrated Aslan as always.
Okay.
So that tells us what happened. The front tucked away from him. So we will have to get a word with him and see what actually happened in his perspective.
Yeah, the ever-present tyre technician, Sal Kumar there.
Sarkhan going to get a good word with Aslan on what happened there. Here's Kito Abe. He's coming back into pit lane. So with SDG, we've seen them do 2 normal stints on the normal race tires just to get the final bits of race setup. And actually, there's an RI helmet there on Kito's bike, on Kito's head. But yeah, so we've seen the likes of Yuki last season do 2 race setups and then go into qualifiers. This is Lachlan Epis with soft rears. I think that could be just a tweak later on for the qualifying compounds, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps preparing himself for that extra rear grip.
Good lap so far from Azrai Hakim Anwar, 36.0. that is also his best of the weekend. His best so far has been a 36.1. So everyone making a step forward in this session.
Yeah, there's Lachlan. He was running plain black nose yesterday, wasn't he? Now he's in full magnificent colours for Savitar Team Asia. That is Apiwat coming in. Gotten used to him already on that BMW with that engagingly simple colour scheme they've got on the bike.
I would say Apiwat looks home. And this is Cam Dunker. Cameron 1.3 off the top. What a top drop from the 17-year-old. Look at him sliding it into turn 3. I think that those laps that he did behind Hafiz, Aslan, Apiwat, that really helped him out for this weekend. He's going to see exactly what they're doing here at Chang. He's new to this track, so that was a good session for him. And once he gets in qualifying rears, that'll be interesting. It's only 1.3 off, so pretty much a really good job so far. Hafiz there, you can see the sweat on Hafiz's face. That's how hot it is out here at the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, those first stints are just 10 minutes, basically. But as a couple of riders told you in the pit lane interviews yesterday, you're okay when you're on the bike. When you come in, that's when you feel the heat.
Yeah. So here's Junior Samuel Convento. Varapong's program is when Junior has been honing his skills. Junior right now, he's not lapped faster than he did yesterday. Yesterday he managed a 41.8. So we're looking for a bit of improvement now. Here comes Cameron Dunker back into pit lane. So very good session from the 17-year-old. Kito Abe with, again, the iconic SDG ice pack.
Yeah, and yeah, Mr. Suzuki talking him through. Always cool in that pit, aren't they?
Yeah, they always look so calm and composed. You can never ruffle their feathers. Comes Junior. Junior's on a flying lap now.
Yeah, soft rear for him too.
Yeah, this has been the story for Victor though with the well, it's been the story with the Yamahas in general, but Victor's just been lacking a bit of top end with that R1. 274 down the speed trap. It's the slowest top speed for the ASB1000s.
We have got a 300. Sorry, Daniel. We have got a 300 kilometers now recorded by Nakarin.
As Hondas really do well down the back straight, down the straight running into turn 3. But this Kito Abe again is looking like another race run. Yeah, it is medium rears. So the usual SDG format. 2 sessions of race setup just to find a bit of pace, find a bit of feeling, and then you slap on that qualifying rear tire.
Yeah, nice long shot there of Nakarin Atirak Bluepack completing another lap.
He spent 6 minutes in pit lane, so here comes the second stint from Nakarin. Taking the SDG approach, it seems, Nakarin and Honda Thailand.
Yeah, be interesting to see whether the team tactics separate from the Honda Asia Dream Racing that we saw last season. Nakarin last time was qualified second. Let me check. Second behind Andy Farid is Zaha. That's the unmistakable JDT pit entrance. Yeah, Chip Nakarin was second qualifier last time out.
Yeah, Chip there just looked around. He doesn't look. I think he's not happy with the setup there. He's probably going to come back in. There's Kito now riding with Andy Farid.
Yeah, Andy getting a move on.
Andy improving in this lap on sector 1, sector 2. Kito still in his out lap. Kito's on qualifying rears. I do.
Okay.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, I completely thought that was race tires. So this is an interesting tactic. the first out on qualifiers is Kito Abe.
Oh well, we can see what they're up to now then. They're going to try and plank a good time relatively early and then go for race setup.
Andy goes up into third, 1:35.9, so decent lap from Andy Farid. Let's have a good look. I'm pretty sure those were the medium rears, or is that qualifying? It looks a bit like it's a green strip on the side.
Now we'll see.
So Andy's on qualifiers. Andy's on qualifying rears. So lap 1 done on the qualifying rears. Now lap 2 for Andy Farid. A little bit of a squiggle there on the exit of turn 3. Extra grip kicking in, and so was traction control.
Yeah.
Going faster there, Kito as well. He's going quick.
Yeah, that was a good sector 1.
Follow Andy Farid now through turns 4 and 5 and 6. Kito and Andy doing decent sector 1s. Kito slightly slower. Andy, again, really good sector 2 from Andy Farid. So he will be up in the top 3 for now. He's currently sitting 30. Oh, bit of an error there, but he might make it up into second. However, Zakwan and Aslan have yet to put on the qualifying rears, and don't forget Azrai, Hafiz, Apiwat. They have not used the qualifying rears yet, so this is Andy's last chance for a really hot lap on the qualifying race. Nakarin's on a really good lap.
Yeah, Nakarin on the move. We know how well he goes around here.
Here comes Andy, and yeah, he does go second. 135.8, 135.5 from Nakarin. Was Nakarin on qualifying rears? Because he came out after a 6-minute break, and we saw him still out.
Yeah, I think he must have been.
Let's try and get a good look.
Yeah.
It didn't look like the qualifying rears when they were together. Let's see.
Well, there's one rider not on qualifier rear.
There's Aslan and Apiwat discussing tactics by the looks of it. Sharing the information. Can't really tell what they're discussing there.
Yeah, they do get on pretty well though, these two. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it looked serious, and then the laugh came through.
Yeah, in race mode, you don't very often see laughing from Apiwat. So Kito Abe did a good sector 1, his best sector 2 as well. So let's see what he can get out of that qualifying rear tyre. Now here comes Nakarin. Can't see his rear tyre.
Let's see Nakarin. That's the medium
No, it's a
rear.
medium.
He's on a 35.5 with the medium rears.
That is phenomenal. Okay. But can he beat it with a qualifier? Because it's not always the case, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't always mean that extra grip will make you faster.
And he's one of these riders that likes to move the bike around, likes to slide it.
So wow, what a lap that was from Nakarin. 35.5, that's 2/10 faster than Apiwat's 35.7 yesterday in practice. There's Zakwan. Zakwan telling everyone just to hold on a second as he gets out of the pit lane. Sorry, pit box.
Yeah.
Qualifying rears on both Zakwan and Azroi's bike.
Yeah, they're going out together. There goes Azroi behind his teammate. Cam Duncan trundling out. I'm pretty sure that was green flash on his rear tyre.
There's Hafiz Sharon coming through. Hafiz on the medium rear still, so Hafiz will leave the qualifying compounds till later on in the session.
Kito Abe was still on qualifiers, but slow through sector 1. Currently down in 5th. But 36 dead for him. And 0.7 of a second, covering top 8 as it stands. 8th is Apiwat, but you can expect that to change.
now we're going to be looking out for how Zakwan does on this qualifying rear compounds. For now, Hafiz, I think, is just a bit more setup tweaking. Aslan and Apiwad, they haven't gone on qualifiers, and Aslan's actually done really good as well on the race tires. Now the top 10 separated by 1.4. Here comes Hafiz Sharin now. Hafiz not on a particularly fast lap, 36.9 on this occasion. Hafiz goes for another one, so 19 minutes left. Let's see, I thought we were about to see replay, but for now we follow Hafiz Sharin down the long straight at the Chang International Circuit. This is a replay of what happened at the last turn for him. Trying to get that bike controlled and composed.
Yeah, the front was looking a little bit tucky there. But Zakwan on his way. There's a 19.9 through the first sector. Azroy, they're pretty much on identical times, Zakwan and Azroy.
Now 18 minutes left, there's Nakarin. A really good session on the normal race tires for him. He's slapping on the qualifiers. I think the next time we see him on track. Azroy's gone up. Azroy's on a really good lap. So is Zakwan Zaidi. They're riding in tandem and doing almost identical lap times.
Yeah, indeed. You noticed it too. So, through the first two sectors. I find Zakwan's a bit further ahead now.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap between them. I thought they'd be riding closer by to each other, but
they were, yeah.
Here comes Zakwan, 35.6 for Zakwan Zaidi. He goes provisional second. Where does Azroy go? Azroy goes 35.8. He goes into fifth. Cameron Dunker on the qualifying rears does a 36.7. He goes up into ninth. And there goes Andy Farid's qualifying lap with the qualifying rears. It's down into fourth provisionally.
Nakarin sits on provisional pole. It's a slender 0.07 of a second ahead of Zakwan. Zakwan still on qualifiers on his second flying lap.
Zakwan's on another hot lap. So is Azroy and Manawar, both lapping really good sector ones. Azroy actually equaling the fastest sector one that Nakarin has done. So let's follow Zakwan and Azroy. I think Azroy might just get the jump on this if he can stitch up his sector 2. Fastest sector 2 done by Zakwan Zaidi. And a fast sector 2 done by Azroy as well. But Zakwan Zaidi right now on a really hot one. He is 0.3 faster through sector 2 than anyone else. Zakwan's been looking good this weekend. Let's see if Zakwan can finish this lap off. Azroy also on a decent one. I think Azroy for now will be provisional top 3, but it's going to be tough. We still have Azan Shah and Apiwat. But here's Zakwan into the last turn. The rear tire skipping around. Azroy a bit more composed going into the last turn. And I see now the two Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia riders. They come across the line.
Yes.
Zakwan 35.0 and Azroy 35.5. So provisional first and second for these two riders.
Yes, they bumped Nakarin to the outside of row 1. Aslan Shah provisionally fourth. Andy Farid is the half pole position last time out, down in fifth as it stands, and he's done his qualifiers. So next time that Ducati comes out, we can expect that tyre to have a green strip.
Cameron Dunker's just done a 36.3, so a really good lap from Cameron Dunker. Keeps that gap to the top at about 1.2. Lachlan Epis, he's been lapping in the 36s. I wonder if he's gotten the qualifying rears on yet.
Yeah, and it's a long pit stop for Aslan and Apiwat as well.
Yeah, Aslan because of the crash earlier. Apiwat, maybe they want to do it together, this qualifying push.
Well, there's 15 minutes remaining. That's lots of time.
Yeah, Lachlan's still in the soft rear. So Lachlan on the soft rear is lapping 36.6. He's going to need a little bit more for this weekend.
Yeah. Cameron 36.3. In comes Zakwan. So, brilliant job by the resurgent Malaysian. I think it's fair to call him resurgent. Number 21.
Very quick with the blowers there. The Idemitsu, Honda Asia, Malaysia, Honda Race Malaysia.
Yeah.
They're gonna get used to the new name.
What a good stint that was, yeah.
It was. Provisional first and second for them.
A real boon to the newly formed team.
Very nice wordplay there.
It was.
So that's Andy for a debrief, and they're going to be looking at this as how Nakarin has done it. They know that 35.8 is the best they've done with the qualifying rears, but Nakarin's done 35.5 with the normal race compound. So there's still room for improvement for Andy if he's looking to go out again.
Yeah, out lap for Kito Abe.
Oh, Australia didn't seem too happy, even though he's sitting second. I think he expected more from himself.
Well, it's not bad. What can Kito Abe do for SDG Harp Pro? He's put in the work this weekend, that's for sure.
He's done so many laps, Kito Abe. This session, already 10 laps, but Lachlan Elpis and Cameron Duncan have done 11. A lot of busy riders in this session.
Yeah, and while it feels quiet right now, Hafiz Shirin, Aslan Shah and Apiwat Montananon have still to come.
So for Kito Abe, I'm just waiting for the moment that Hafiz, Aslan and Apiwat decide to head out. That should be a fast one coming in. So you know how well Apiwat did yesterday. And now actually quite a bit of cloud cover around the Changi International Circuit. There's cloud cover everywhere, so track temps won't be cooling down that rapidly, but maybe slightly cooler temps.
Yeah, and good conditions for the race as well. And for anyone who happens to be doing grid interviews, Daniel.
Indeed, indeed. But for now, Kito Abe. 36.0 was his fastest. Comes across the line now, it's a 36.9.
Again, just getting those laps in.
More and more data coming in for them. Nakarin yet to use the qualifying compound. Hafiz yet to use the qualifying compound. Aslan and Apiwat yet to use the qualifying compound. These are very big names in the ASB class who have yet to go out on these green strip tires.
Well, we like an exciting finish to these qualifying sessions, don't we?
Sure do, and there's Nakarin. He's looking at the others, just waiting to see who's going to go up first. Aslan and Apiwat. Apiwat's standing up. He wants to go. Aslan's still waiting for his bike to be ready. He's checking that rear brake now. Hafiz is going out.
Yeah.
Wheeling the bike out now. Green tire there. Clear indication that Hafiz has the qualifying rears. This is going to be a big one for Hafiz Sharin. Podium here last year in his ARC ASB1000 debut. Can he repeat history?
Well, that was a P2, wasn't it? Yeah.
There's Apiwat.
Yeah, he really can't wait.
Yeah, he was waiting for Aslan, but it's time to go for him.
Yeah.
Nakarin gets ready. Aslan does come out as well, so big names heading out. Andy Fard is back out on race ties to try and find a bit more data and a bit more improvement.
Yeah, and no small name himself, having missed out on the championship by 2 points in the last race of the season.
With that silky smooth style. He was just composed on the bike, and now he's back at home with Astra Honda Racing. He's going to feel really confident about this season.
Yeah, and as we were saying yesterday, his race pace is always good, and he's phenomenal at time management.
Oh, absolutely brilliant.
So literally anyone in front of him starts getting itchy as they get into the final quarter of the race.
He's fantastic at managing gripped right till the end. Just remember in some races where everyone else went for hards, he went for mediums and still managed to finish the race strong.
Right.
So out on track now we have Hafiz Sharin who's come out. So has Aslan and Nakarin. So has Apiwat.
Yeah. So as you said, big names. About to bring their best. Well, that's the plan anyway.
Looks like Aslan and Apiwat, they're not riding together, they're going to do their own laps. Hafiz joins right behind them. Nakarin goes out a bit later than them. Playing with fine margins here. It's only Zakwan Zaidi who's got a half a second gap on his teammate in second. But Nakarin is half a second away. Haven't run on mediums. Let's see what happens.
Let's see. Let's see what he does on mediums. I'm not going to make any predictions, but I think he's going to be quick on mediums. Oh, I just made a prediction. Oops. Anyway, there's Kito Abe. Really respectable session for him so far.
And now it begins. Aslan Shah with the A1 Energy BMW for the first time in the ASB1000 class. Qualifying session for Aslan Shah. Let's see what happens. Through sector 1, what is it looking like for Aslan Shah? Aslan Shah not too bad through sector 1. 19.9. Where's Apiwat gone? Apiwat also 19.9. So near identical lap times from the two A1 Energy BMW riders. Where's Hafiz Sharin gone on this? Hafiz Sharin 20.1 through sector 1. So Hafiz not the sector that, it's not the sector split that would have been desired, but for now, none of these riders really making an impression. None of them beating their personal best sectors. Although in sector 2, Aslan does pick up a bit of pace. Apiwat not. Apiwat really slow in this lap compared to what he's capable of. So again, it's what you said, Barry. The qualifying tires don't suit everyone. And maybe for these 4 riders, it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, well, here comes Aslan, like you said. It's begun, 6.5 minutes remaining. This really is business time for this ASB1000 qualifying.
Here comes Aslan. He was a fast sector 2. Can he improve his position? Aslan comes across 35.5. He improves his time, but he sits in 4th. Apiwat comes across 36.6. Something was just not working there for Apiwat.
Yeah, look at the weight coming off that tire, and then eventually it comes into the air.
That's just how Aslan likes it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here comes Aslan now into turn 3. This is where we saw the mistake early in qualifying. Apiwat the fastest first sector, and Aslan not close, but Nakarin was the closest there. Hafiz as well. This is going to be a big lap from all 4 of them. It's the final qualifying tire push.
Right, that's Apiwat in sector 2. Let's see what he goes through there. And in the heat of the excitement, I'm going to do a quick introduction here because we have with us a very special guest commentator who'll be with us this afternoon. But we need to do a voice check for the maestro that's sitting with us. And
Aslan! Aslan's got an error there.
Aslan's off again. Sorry, Daniel. I wanted to introduce Phil Harlem, who's going to be with us this afternoon. We need to check his voice and equalise his levels. So I'm going to hand over to him right now to finish off this gripping session. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's for Daniel.
quick one before that. AP1's on a really hot one. AP1 fast through sector 2, fastest sector 1. Hafiz right behind him. Hafiz is going to get a bit of a toe there. Hafiz close to right up. Let's see what happens. AP1 comes across the line. AP1 will go provisional 5th. Hafiz goes 2nd. Nakarin 3rd. Zakwan remains on 1st.
Yeah, brilliant for Zakwan Zaidi. Daniel is going to move and hand the headset to Phil Harlem. Phil Harlem, if you ever watch ASBK, you will recognise the voice. He is the maestro of ASBK. Phil, welcome to ARRC. And Nakarin on those medium tyres as we speak has done the fastest sector in the session, fastest sector 1 for Nakarin.
Yeah, great to see all the action starting to happen in the last couple of minutes, unlike we saw in the super sport category, Barry, where the fastest laps were done pretty early on in the session, and the last bit of it was what was very gentle, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we love these big finishes to qualifying sessions.
Well, especially when you're seeing guys putting in the laps at this final stages, but also people running off track, because the pressure when you leave it to the last minute starts to amplify as the minutes close down.
Absolutely. We haven't seen what we quite thought we might see from Aslan and Apiwat.
Nakarin's still on a charge though.
Nakarin is still on a charge, but Aslan and Apiwat on the BMWs, we expected to be a little bit quicker. Anyway, let's give the sound engineers the luxury of your voice, mate.
But I also think that was a good point that you made earlier on, where the qualifying tyres don't actually suit everyone, and that's clearly evident for the BMWs out there that have shown a fair bit of pace on those brand new motorcycles. But Nakarin comes to the line as across he goes.
Oh, he's lifted his position.
He's gone up into
second on medium tyres.
And look at that top speed, 300 kilometres an hour. So that was a fantastic last lap from Nakarin on board that 41 machine. The Hondas have been so fast this weekend though, haven't they?
Yeah, been absolutely amazing. And that bodes well for Nakarin. We know what good pace he's got. We know how good the bike is.
I think it was made before on worn tyres, which is the important thing too.
Yeah, absolutely. There he is, the number 41. Take a bow, mate.
Yeah, impressive lap, leaving it to only a couple of minutes to go. Looks like is there another chance for Hafiz here to go out on board that Ducati V4R?
Hasn't got a lot of time. He's walking to the back of the pit.
I think he's called
out.
I think he's called it a day. He improved considerably from where he was in the practice sessions yesterday as well, I have to say. We're a bit surprised that he was so far down the field.
Yeah, there's the number 39, still putting the work in, currently 9th.
One of the fastest riders early in this session too, wasn't he? Kito Abe on board SDG machine.
Yeah, great team, bring in another great young rider.
Got to say, that's an absolutely stunning helmet that he's got on too. The design of that, when it was in the pits, you could just see it. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's a really, really good team, SDG. Great to have them in the paddock. Here come these two.
Zakwan fast yesterday in all of the practice sessions, but he's risen to the top now in this session.
Yeah, great pace, as has Nakarin.
They've trimmed away that lead that he had. I think at one stage it was out to about 0.5, 0.6 of a second. It's been brought down now to 0.2, and Hafiz only 0.3 off the top time as well.
40 seconds remaining. These guys are still pushing. Zakwan needs Azroy.
Impressive job from Lachlan Eppes to get up into 5th position as well on board the 83 machine. We know that they're struggling with top speed. You have a look at the top speed there, 12 kilometres an hour down on Nakarin, who's the fastest rider at 300. So Lachlan Eppes on the old BMW, pretty much the same one that they ran last year's championship on, is doing a good job for a brand new team for him this year as well.
Yeah, Nakarin and another rider I just noticed going out there with a few seconds left. They'll be heading for the practice start mark, I do suspect. Yeah, out comes the checkered flag. Last time around for the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia duo. Zakwan, Azroy.
Also, just a quick mention to the other young Australian having his debut in the championship this year, Cameron Dunker, in this session at 36.3. That is about a 1.5 second improvement over what he was able to do yesterday. So as the weekend goes on, Dunker will get faster and faster. We know that it's the way he works, but yeah, pretty impressive way to start off your Saturday morning.
Wow.
Not as impressive as Zakwan, though.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, plenty of bones to pick out of that. We'll look at the results in a minute and then go to a recap. But bravo, Zakwan. Great to see him right back on the form we know he's capable of. After a year last year that was, by his standards, indifferent. And also good to see that Hafiz is on the front row. So the Ducati breaking up the Honda domination. Just lining up there at the practice start mark.
When you have a look at it too, Barry, that the improvement over yesterday's time of 35.8 was his fastest yesterday. The 35.0 today, with the assistance of the qualifying tyre, that's a pretty big margin to improve. Do you think maybe that the little bit of cloud, track temperatures, maybe not quite as high as they were yesterday? We know that they were unbelievably high yesterday afternoon. Was an improvement.
Yesterday was the hottest ever I think we've experienced in this championship. Phil, the results.
Zakwan Zahidi tops the timesheet with a 135.056, just ahead of Nakarin. Two Hondas at the front of the grid, but as you mentioned, the Ducati up there with Hafiz Syrin for JDT Racing will round out the front row of the grid. Azroy Hakim on board, another Honda back there in fourth. Lachlan Epps, the Australian, on the Savitar Team Asia BMW in fifth, and Aslan rounds out your second row of the grid.
Happy Wat Wongtananon ended up seventh. He was the quickest rider yesterday, and eighth was Andy Farid Izdihar, poleman last time out. Kita Abe qualified ninth.
And the field rounded out by Junior Samuel, the rider on board the Yamaha, the second of the Yamahas, and TU Joe on board the second of the BMWs. The Yamahas, the only ones out there without any aero, doing a good job.
So we can see a little bit of cloud cover there. I think it is making things easier. But this was the session. You were watching it from the rear of the commentary box, Phil. What did you make of it?
Well, it was the BMWs were the fastest riders early on, and we thought that they were going to improve massively as this session went on, but they didn't improve that much, and the Hondas were the ones that did. Hafiz was another one that improved greatly towards the end of that session. You can see him there getting his head down, just slowly moving up the time sheets. At that stage, he went up into fourth.
Yeah, and that was the error from Aslan at turn 3. We've seen that a couple of times. Hopefully those braking issues, balance issues, whatever it is, we'll sort it out. This is Andy Farid on qualifying tyres. Qualified on pole last time.
I think Nakarin he put in a good lap on an actual race tyre, didn't he, about midway through the session, and then came out and at the end was going very, very quickly. Eventually, he probably didn't finish as high up the time sheets as he was hoping, but in the end, second place is good enough. It's a front row start.
Absolutely, and it was set on a medium tyre. So he was quicker on mediums than he was on the qualifier. Zakwan Zaidi, number 21, magnificent session for him. He did his best time on a qualifier.
You can see he had a look over his shoulder there, and all he could see was a 0.2 second gap back to the next rider.
That's it.
The BMWs did push on late, and unfortunately didn't come up as high up the time sheets as they were hoping to. Apiwat, though, he was going incredibly well on bike number 24. You can see him there with Hafiz just using the slipstream to just get a little bit of advantage as he came to the line, and that was what put Hafiz up into second place at that stage.
Yeah, it did come down to the last few minutes. Absolutely thrilling stuff here from the Thai rider, Nakarin Tirupati, in his second season in this class. He hasn't won a race yet, Phil, but he'll definitely be aiming to break that duck this season.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the way that he rode that qualifying session, that today could be a good day for him, and especially he gets another chance tomorrow if he doesn't come up trumps today. But You can see riders putting in a lot of pressure on themselves in those last couple of laps to try and get those times, but in the end it was Zakwan Zahidi on board bike number 21 that was the smartest and the fastest.
All right, Zakwan, you're starting this season fresh after the split of Honda Asia Dream Garage, and now you've already qualified on pole. It's been looking good for you all weekend, especially with your teammate Azra as well. So tell us how this weekend's looking for you.
I feel this year is even much better. I know everybody is going fast in the qualifying, especially in the top 5, top 6 rider is almost close time. But yeah, I try to manage the tire. And yeah, we make some strategy. It's quite good. I'm happy with the teamwork with also Azroy. So yeah, we try to looking forward for race time because you know this condition is too hot, and we need to find some solution to keep the pace. But anyway, I want to thanks to the team. They made a great job. So yeah, I will try again for race.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Congratulations and good luck for the race.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.